Alright, good morning, guys. Hopefully we get a decent one. It's about 10 o'clock here. Turn off my freaking echo. What's up, Campbell? Welcome in. Let me snooze these first group of ads that always seem to crop up. So we basically finished the NPC section. Now I did a little bit of work myself afterwards. Yeah, we finished up with the we were going to start on the courier stuff. Obviously you could see this, I haven't gotten too much further, but I did get a little bit further. This stuff is all basically straightforward. There's really no surprises here. KS Hair, this is just the Salt and Wind textures, so each one of these is their own mod. The Bijin family is the only one that has a couple options to tick. Aside from that, straightforward. These are some KS Hair updates for Salt and Wind. Same thing for the men. And then this is Valerica's. The only thing with the eyes is you want to make sure you extract the BSA, and you're going to get a bunch of files. It's basically all these Argonian, Khajiit, and the Demon Eyes get hidden or removed. Yeah, I'm doing better today. It's colder today, but it's sunny. Yeah, we're about 7 degrees right now Fahrenheit. So it's bitter cold. The wind is whipping, but the sun is out. So, but I'm inside. I'm trying to see if there's anything I did. Yeah, we saw even the animations is just, this is straightforward stuff, right? You're literally picking what the guide had. I don't think there's anything here version-wise that changed. There's two options for the dragon animation. You got your normal and then your standing breath. So when the dragon rears up, this has all been the same. Nothing here has changed. Same thing for the lively children. There's one file that needs to be hidden. CBP physics just has one thing to change. Make the belly bulge. I could probably show that. So CBPC, this is in, you go to your text and your collision config. It's right up here. It's line 10. Belly bulge is 1 you need to make it 0. 0.0. As far as that, faster HDT, pretty standard. The skeleton, this is where everybody, I think they were unsure. What's this, 1050? So when you install XP32, it's the current version. So version 506. And then you choose basic. When you choose basic, it doesn't give you any install options. And then you're going to hide this plugin entirely or delete it for the light. The light is literally just a plugin. So you really can't do anything. It's just the plugin for compatibility reasons. Savage, Skyrim, same thing. You're getting rid of the plugin, the textures, and these weapon folders, which means all the files in the folders are hidden. I don't really think there's anything else. You just, you go through the bodies, you go through the skins, take your time. Let me see if there's anything else. Dual sheets, same. There's two files. IED, there's a couple. It's just straightforward stuff. And then you get to your enemy stuff. And this can be a little daunting because there are patches for, especially the sick patches, but they're all in order. As long as you see the version, like the version number that the guide tells you, you're fine. Same thing with all this. Then you got your animals, your dragons, your horses, and then NPCs and behavior. I have to actually go to the next page. Yeah, it's cold. It's cold today. Let me check. That was earlier. No, it's 9 right now. It's 9. Yep. Yep. So we're almost done with part 6. We're starting off with NPCs and behavior today. And I've got diverse Skyrim in. Let me just see if there's anything else. Yeah. Diverse Skyrim is the last thing I downloaded. Because after I went off, I had some free time. I grabbed something to eat. Kind of splashed water on my face a little bit before we started up with the stuff today. Because I'm going to be leaving earlier today than I was. We're not going to be doing like an all-day thing. So we'll start with Immersive Patrols SE and AE. Version 3.0b should be the main file. Yeah, this Immersive Patrol main. Yep, main. So it's the third file. Because they're all 3.0b. There's a heavy, light, and a main. I don't think I've ever tried the other ones, or they weren't there. Yeah, because 2024. And have some class. This is from Lexy and War Turtle. This is the MISC file 101. Right here. Changes the wrong class type added to Imperial and Stormcloaks by Immersive Patrols. Okay. I just want to make sure my numbers are still... Yeah, it looks like OBS is... There we go. Okay. So then we have dialogue and NPC interaction. This is a category I hope that sort of gets expanded to some more dialogue options. But the stuff that we have in here right now is pretty solid. A lot of J-Serpa stuff. Some of the other, from other authors that do dialogue add-ons or edits. So Bandit Line expansion, and then we want the Dark Elf voice. So we have 109 for the main file, 104 for the optional. So it's the main file here. And Dark Elf voice. At some point I remember we used the Werebeasts Don't Talk because this is kind of jarring if you hear them do it. So you want Bandit Line expansions. And Dark Elf for bandits. And then the companions dialogue bundle version 1.6. So it has an installer. What do we have? The main file. Select nothing. Okay. And it has 2 ITMs. So we're going to run our quick clean. Select companions dialog bundle. Or you can use the filter if you want. 2 ITMs. Hey, Wizard. Welcome in. Good morning. We're getting an early start. Well, early-ish. I've been up since about 6. I figured 6 was way too early for everybody else. Yeah, even like 8:30. At that point, I was into my first cup of coffee, and now I'm into my second. You guys can even see we have a cold advisory on my PC. It says 11. So it's gone up a little bit. But it is sunny. My phone's telling me one thing, my PC's telling me something else. I don't know which one to trust. Yeah, my phone still says 9. So it's probably 10. That's still cold. Alright. Guard dialogue overhaul. 181, form 44. Main file. Yeah, a lot of these older mods, once they've been updated, they don't change. So it's nice. No unpacking of the BSA for that. Instantly skip dialogue NG 111. Main file. Download. And RDO. RDO is one of my favorites. And then we're going to get the cutting room floor and the unofficial patch optional file. So you get the main version is called final. And then you want the second one here, it's the CRF. And this is also called final. So BSA stays the same. And then, so we're just going to use the unofficial pack. We don't use cutting room floor anymore. The guide used to. So I'm just going to say USSEP pack. I didn't change the name. Because this does give you 2 plugins. But we're removing the one. So your MO2 removal tool. Run it. You could do it manually as well. As long as you get that, you just have the unofficial patch file. That's all you need. Cool. We are, what are we? We're up to part 7. Follower dialogue expansions. And we're actually talking about some dialogue mods in the Discord. We're looking at specifically ones for Serana. Now, she did a poll yesterday. Which would you prefer the guide to use? And it looks like a lot of people still want SDA. I really don't like SDA. This is the more popular one because it allows easy romance of her. And I guess the real reason is, from what I found out, I don't know how true this is because I've never used it, is that this version is very compatible to some of the Serana sex mods. Now, obviously, I would rather there be nothing for her. SDE is actually, I looked at this one too, and then there was another one that they were talking about. This is the older one. I think this one came out first. It's not bad, but it's not great. I would rather there be nothing for her. And I'm trying to think of what the other mod... I think I pinned it, to be fair. It's not in this room. See if I can find it. It might be in the staff room. We were sitting here talking about it. This is for Teldrin, the extended hireling dialogue. I'm really hoping that this gets taken a look at. Falvin linked this one for us. Because I like that. And obviously the staff all wants nothing. Maybe it's not here. Alright, yeah, it's not here. And I'm not going to spend all this time looking for it, but... There's Lexy. Bit chilly, you think? It's probably warmer where you are. Yeah, it says cold weather. Cold weather. Let's see here. If it's... minus 10 degrees Fahrenheit equals minus 12.2 Celsius. Welcome in. The Serrana debate never ends. Baked a fresh loaf of... Oh my god, I love fresh bread. Wizard, that sounds amazing. It almost doesn't matter what type of bread it is. The smell of anything fresh bread, especially on a cold day. And maybe some stew or soup. Or chili. Actually, I have chili today. I think that's what I'm having for dinner. Serrana dialogue... That's it. Thank you. I'm just going to... This one. So this one also, I believe it has an optional romance file. What do they say? 700. Oh no, that's the Teldrin one. It expands her dialogue in Dawnguard and includes her in the main quest in Dragonborn. See, I like that because she's one of those followers that obviously they put her in the first DLC, or yeah, first major DLC, but she can stay. I think she's meant to sort of stay with your player character, although she was never really given too many dialogue options. And I like how this just expands it, especially for the main quest and for Dragonborn. Obviously, if you're not going to use her as a follower, then you could still have this, but it just wouldn't apply because she physically wouldn't be with you. Yes, to make it feel that she's part of the main quest as well as Dragonborn. She's one of those characters that, like maybe Lydia would be the other one, because Lydia's like your first real... I say real follower, although like if you're playing the game vanilla, you would go to Riverwood, and then you do have the option of Feindal or Sven. Obviously, mods change that, and you can literally take almost anybody. But they're the ones that the game gives you. Lydia's she's your first forced, scripted, right? Because she's part of that main quest. Same with Serrana. She's the very first one you speak to, basically, in the Dawnguard entire DLC. Find her at the end of Dim Hollow. And then, you guys know how it goes from there. I think most people, even if they're playing a vampire hunter, like to have her around. She's pretty powerful, and then with mods, obviously, she levels... She plateaus out. Your player character is going to eventually surpass her, but she's pretty powerful. I like stuff like this. I tried to like SDA. I've done the romance option. I've done the non-romance option. And she whines. She's whiny. But the real reason that I was reading this last night is that everybody who's sort of doing off-guide mentioned that, yeah, it's because that SDA mod is more compatible with all the sex frameworks for her. And I'm like, yeah, all right, say no more. Now I know how everybody voted. That's literally the only reason. It's all the off-guide people coming in and being like, yep. I don't want them to get rid of my dialogue for sex works. It's up, Bramble. Welcome in. I prefer the no romance option for Serrana. I've tried to romance her with that. Now, in the beginning, that mod was just awful because it was like the two voices going back and forth. So even if you were trying to moderately romance her. It was just weird. It was awkward. It was like you were trying to like romance two women at the same time. And we all know one's hard enough. But two? I mean, unless it's, purely physical at the same time. But now they fixed it. Obviously, the voicing on it's great. I'm not saying the voicing's not, but it's, yeah, she's still a little needy, iffy. No real woman's that needy. Of course, she's vampire royalty, so they're exempt from all this. All right, what are we doing? Lydia, 422. I would love for this to work with Inigo. Because I had a character that they were going to be the two, and for some reason when Inigo is with her, she doesn't talk. He talks, she doesn't talk. But if you have anybody else, this is perfectly fine. What do we want? We want the core files. We want Worm's Tooth. We want Legacy and disable Amorous Adventures and Plus. And Bijin word mains for that's her overhaul. And that's it. Nothing else is ticked. Install. No to the BSA. And we are going to clean 53 ITMs. Okay, so both of them. So Improved Companions Boogle, that's her main file. We're going to clean that. That has 53 identical to master records. Improved Companions Boogle, this is the first one. Run it. Wizard, you're making all the food. What's up, Mage Merlin? Hold on, is my... No, it's up to date. There we go. Welcome in. 53 ITMs. And patch for Legacy. Lydia patch. That should pop right up. Patch for Legacy of the Dragonborn has 4 of them. But that Teldrin Sero expansion looks pretty nice too. I think it expands his he's got 700 lines of expanded dialogue, and then 300. What did it say? 330 additional ones. Either for like combat encounters, landmarks, other places. Yeah, it just expands it by another 330, I think it is. Here's SDA version 422, and then we want the hotfix 422. So main file 421. Okay. Oh. Archived. Has it been... I doubt it's been put up there. Let me take a look first. Maybe. Nope. Okay. We'll go hunting. So I'm going to copy my link. Same thing as always. Paste it. Highlight your file here. And version 421. Oh, and that's right. Control F. There it is. So hit inspect. What is our data ID? 659989. There's 421. So let me just get this. Throw that in the Discord. Download. Hey, Rob, what's up? Oh, yeah, we did. We're sitting at like 19, 20 inches of, well, between like 16 and, probably 16 and 19 inches. We got the, and there's one part of Pennsylvania, we got the second most downfall. There's a place in New Mexico that got 31, and then there's a place here in PA that got like 27 point something. Yeah, you guys got hit hard too. Let's see if 422, her hotfix, has also been updated. Wow, there's so many freaking files. Oh, there is no 422. Okay, there's no update file. Let me see what the changelog says. Oh, 4.3 changed a lot. Look at this. This is probably going to be... Yeah, this is a big update. Alright, so yeah, so... well, we're going to have to... No, here's... This isn't the update. No, maybe it is. Let me check the archive, because this only has a couple hundred updates. Yeah, this is the hotfix. Right? Yeah, 422 hotfix version. Okay. Right here. So let's inspect. And for the hotfix, what is the data ID? 666949. Yep, right there. Copy that, download it. Oh, we have the, no unpacking of the BSA. Hotfix is going to get merged. But you need it to say the same thing, and it's not going to since it's a manual download, so you just do yourself so. Add-on SE. You'll know it's right when it automatically prompts you to merge. Yep. Beautiful. Say no to unpacking the BSA, and we're going to run SDA through the quick clean to get the identical to master records. Same thing, should be near the bottom. There we go. You could query info. Are you talking from the disk? I mean, now I can. I didn't have it downloaded, though. So if you're talking about the... like the meta-ini, it's actually easier to read if I... Here, let me open up and... open the whole mod and explore. Yeah, meta's way easier to read. Oh, it doesn't show... Yeah, mod ID's up here now. Yeah, the file ID is going to show nothing because I'd have to... Yeah, we have to place the file, so... I guess it's going to be 422. So if you're really OCD about it... That'll change it. Or it should. Let's see. No, it doesn't. It changes the version to 4.2.2. There's the mod ID. Newest version is 4.3. Write on info. Oh, information down here. Unless that's not it. Oh, right on download. So the download tab. There it is. Query info. Didn't really do anything. It just made it available again. That's weird. Yeah, I don't mess with the query info stuff because I guess, well, it would have to be another mod. I'd have to uninstall it and do it again, and I'm not doing that. Yeah, because it made it available to install, which I'm not doing. I have to actually delete this now. Yeah, because it makes it available to download again. I don't like that. Actually, let me delete uninstalled too. I don't like having anything here that doesn't say installed, because that throws me off. Hey, Ire. Welcome in. Hey, is that Ire, I was in your Discord briefly. Is that a player home that you're working on? If so, it looks really nice. I know. I think it's the one that you said you didn't do any tree patches for. What's up, General? All main guild DLC missions are done on my Skyrim. I just have side missions to do. So you're done with the main quests, huh? You could change it to installed in the... Oh, okay. I had no idea. Yeah, I don't really mess with it too much as far as stuff like that. And to be honest, I forgot that you can query the info. I know there's a few folks in Lexy who have mentioned that that's how they get that quick, but... I still do it this way. What are we on? New followers? And interesting NPCs is another... I'll show you this because it's going to be right here. It's another one that doesn't have the hotfix packaged properly. This update file isn't packaged right. The main file is. So version 4.5 and 4.5.4. So, and this is one that I'm fine to use the manager to download. I never have download issues with this file. Really? Hold on. Alright, well, I'm deleting that. And then the patch. I did download them earlier. And then the update file. Oh, that's why, because, yeah, Wabajack makes you do it that way. I never do. I'm sure if I ever put mine out on Wabajack, I'll have to do it, but like I said, I'm not in a rush to do it, nor am I in a hurry. Nor is it on the forefront of anything I'm doing personally. My thing is, if I ever put that up, I'm just going to put it up and leave it alone. And maybe I'll come back to it a few times a year to do small updates, but nothing like major, like nothing that's going to need a new game start. Merlin, gifting a sub to Ireshot. Much appreciated. Thank you, Merlin. Ire, enjoy your gifted sub. No ads. Okay. So interesting NPCs. The main file looks good. Everything is as it should be. We're not unpacking BSAs. We're letting it install. We're choosing no here. We're activating it. Now, the update file, not so much. If you click manual, you'll see that the data is not set. Set it so it's green. Nothing drives me more nuts than having this like this, because if you go to install, you're going to get this prompt. If you ignore and cancel, so I always, like you could just hit OK on every mod and get that prompt, but I always got into the habit of clicking manual. So, because you have to merge this. Just like all the Apache hair mods, like the main, then the male and the female, they're all not set properly. I think the Apache Divine Elegance store is the same way. Compiling what? Oh, yeah. Why is so? Somebody tell me this. Why does my hype train kick off after one thing now? That's not a setting I can control. It's always been 3. So is that something new? Compiling Wabbajack is a pain. Constantly fails when I do it. I haven't done it yet. That's also something I'm not looking forward to, compiling. So my Breton finished Questlines Dark Brotherhood, Companions, Thieves Guild, Mage, or College, Dawnguard. You got the Civil War and the main story, and then Dragonborn. Well, your game's basically over, General, unless you're playing modded. Those miscellaneous, unless you're doing it for roleplay reasons, those miscellaneous quests are non-essential. You're done. Unless you're doing achievements. Are you collecting achievements? Alright, we have a manual edit. So obviously Sky King never fixed his while at edit. Hey, wizard! Appreciate the biddies. Thank you. Very kind. Yeah, we told Sky King about the wild edit a while ago. I stopped trying. Like, it's something that's known. He's just... I think now that, like, we told him, or other people told him, and he didn't find out, he's not purposely cleaning it. He's like, well, they could just run it through the quick clean. Yeah, well, it's not a quick clean. Alright, so what are we doing? Sky King, Science, Interesting NPC patch. So, SSE edit. I personally told him this a while ago, but... So, Interesting NPCs patch. Load. So my character is over. I'm just going for... Oh, so you are going for the achievements. Yeah, I kind of figured. Yeah, once you like 100% once, you're usually good. Trust even the Wabbajack devs have failed. And he'll help me compile. I can imagine. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to... What are we doing here? 00016 BB4 Riften World. So block 1 1 1 -1 subblock 5 4 000 422 45. The Riften City South temporary, and we're deleting this top one here. FE 00083A landscape. CK loves randomly creating or duplicating landscape for some weird reason. You wonder how it gets thrown in there. I've seen that happen just by compacting your form IDs before putting the mod out. So I'm not sure if that was the case. I think this mod is, because that's what that is. There. Make sure you save. That's it. Let's see. I'm almost positive it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh well. What do we got? The Bard fix. Main file, version 1. Yes, if I just hit OK, it'll go. You can also just hit enter. If you're really doing it and you want to do it for speed, like you know exactly what the hell you're doing, keep your left hand on the enter key while you're downloading and just hit go, go, go. And if it's not packaged properly, you'll get that prompt in the center. So MO2 is really good about warning you about it. I just click manual because it's just how I've always done it. Slightly slower, but I can still do this faster than most. We got Zora's voice. So Zora normalized V2. Again, makes it easy, only file. So I obsessively check my plugins for any errors. The Wabajack wiki is extremely useful. IMO. It's good to know that they have an actual wiki for the program. Although it looks like Halgari's really splitting his time with Nexus now dropping the mods app and focusing solely on Vortex. You sort of knew that was coming, though. Like, Vortex has been around for a while. I know it's like, what, 10 years now? Give or take? When, like, Nexus Mod Manager was sort of phased out 2016, in and around the time Special Edition was released. Like, Vortex was out of beta. So it's been around about 10 years. But I guess they're trying to now take everything they did with the mods app that they were working on, and they're going to shove it into Vortex. That's my understanding. It doesn't matter. I don't use it, so nor do I give a shit. What's up, Big Head? Welcome in, buddy. Playing Dragon's Dogma 3. So as soon as I'm done with this, General, as soon as I'm done with this, I just need to create and set up my character. But I have most things written for him, along with like storyline and things that he's probably gonna do. So it will be a he. And I've narrowed it down to either an Imperial, a Breton, or a Redguard. I haven't picked a race. We're heavily leaning towards Imperial, though. And I was really, really going to play an Orc, but the Orc just does not fit aesthetically for the roguish vibe I'm going for. I really wanted to, because they have some cool, they have a cool voice for the shouts, because the character's obviously going to shout at some point. He's going to be Dragonborn. But yeah, we're probably leaning towards Imperial for this one. What's that, Lexy? Do a recent Lexy build on YouTube? I put the one from yesterday. Oh, you know what I have to do? Thanks for reminding me. Because I had to split up. Let me just go to my channel here. Because I had to split up. It might be. Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me fix this. I had them set to private because I didn't know how long they were going to take to upload. Let me put this back to public. There we go. So yeah, because part 3 was the day that OBS decided to shit the bricks. So it's like obviously part A, 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D. So you'd go 1, 2, 3, follow the letters. Then 4 was yesterday's. Yesterday was fine. I forgot that I had them set to private. Okay. Not install, but build play. Oh yeah, everything on my YouTube. It should say. I have a lot of stuff on my YouTube, Lexy. I have a lot. Everything I've done on Twitch is archived. I have 1.4 thousand videos. But if you go playlist, let me see if I can figure out. Sethcath was, so this was mine. This is my personal one. Then we did Gate to Sovngarde before that. But you'll be able to see it because it's got Lost EMB in it. And it'll say some Oblivion Remastered. You can see I got into some of that stuff. The Woodland Man, I think, was with yours. but I'm not sure what version. But you could probably tell it was 8 months ago. There's Icarus. Icarus has some good stuff. Yeah, I don't really put too much like in the comments or anything like that, or in the description, because this is all archive stuff. I'm not doing it for a YouTube audience. They can of course come here and watch if they want to watch content, but it's just like as if they were joining a Twitch stream. But there's a lot of people who just refuse to join Twitch, even for stream, even if it's somebody they literally wait for me to upload to YouTube, which I don't understand, but okay. I think this was the last one. Yeah, because this was the mage, the shield mage, and so this was with the shield and staff build. And he used let me mute it here. Because we remember we started with this this is the last one, Lexy. So this was 8 months ago. April 28th, 25. And it ran for 22 episodes. I had issues with this one. Whatever, because this is a couple builds, I think. I had issues with this one. And then I got frustrated with Legacy version 6, which I'm hoping isn't the case because it's on a different version now. But I personally think Legacy version 6 is bloated, and we should go back to at least version 5 that had less issues. But I know it doesn't work that way. Yeah, I went from 1.9 gigabytes to 3.8. Let's see. Yeah, he was a staff and shield build. He was a lot of fun. This is the guy that knocked a keeper. Wind has a clip. Let me see if I can pull the clip up. I know she clipped it. Where would I go to find clips? Oops. Someone looking for a recent build. Nah, that one I did like 22 streams. So that probably took me into June. And then of course I did one of my own. Some Oblivion remastered, I think, because that was later last year? I did Gate to Sovngarde. Yeah, I mean, it's recent enough. But it was a couple, like, you did a couple updates since then. I thought they were on my main. I guess they're not. Oh, here are clips. Let me pause the music for a second. No, I don't want a clips badge. It was by the wind. Can we go by views? Oh, there's filters. Only featured clips. All time. That should narrow it down. I think it's this, bent over. No. There's the drunk dragon. Let's see. Really? Oh no, this is the bone man that's messed up. I turn my voice off because yeah, he's in the middle of combat. He just bent over. Some weird, weird shit. This is a different character, by the way. It was on my main for so long. The Drunk Dragon was pretty good. Because he just started swirling around, swirling around, and swirling around, and swirling around. This is the kind of shit you see in Skyrim. Look at this. Right outside the college. This is with Sulfried. So you can see she's got the lightning hooked up to her bow with the Lion's Arrow perk. Crazy shit. Hold on, I want to pull this out. Just call him Spike. No, this is something different. I don't know. Well, regardless. Let's go back to this. This is what we're doing. Turn the music back on. Oh, yeah. Nobody else pop in? I said hi to Big Head. Looks like his head's stuck in the toilet bowl. Yes. Yes, I've seen some weird shit. Yeah, no, that shield mage is with the Valhalla blocking perks of Valhalla. It's for makes it shield handling now instead of block, which is it's by far like my favorite block skill tree out of any overhaul. Like out of Valkyrie, out of like Percus Maximus, Ordinator. Just makes it so viable. But we were playing a staff and shield mage and using robes, so like no armor, no nothing aside from the shield. And we one-shot one of the keepers in the Soul Cairn. He flew all the way up to the top because of perks we took. He went over that barrier and landed on the other side. He was still alive. I thought he was going to take so much fall damage, but he didn't. So then we had to use like a lightning spell to go through that barrier and kill him. It was insane. One of the funniest things I'd seen. It was basically a one-shot kill on my part, because at that point he was so powerful that even the keepers didn't matter. And we were doing it on Legendary, so. Because Skyrim isn't fun unless you're playing on Legendary. Alright, Zora. We've done her. That means two things. 3D NPC fixes and tweaks, version 6.2. Let's keep going. 6.2 main file. And this has 2 ITMs. Run it through the quick clean. 3D NPCs minor fixes, is that what it's called? But yeah, the Bone Man or whatever it was, the little skeleton archer. Yeah, he was physically bent at the waist backwards, which is kind of funny because like it's a skeleton. All right, NPC script fixes 2.1 FOMOD. Main file. Download. And let's see, what do we have here? The Barbus dialogue detects and cat and mouse for scripts. Both those. So options that are ticked, you want them, hit install. Four Skull Lookout with interesting NPCs. Version 102. Main file. Download. Then you've got Kojima's interesting NPCs. This is the custom hair file, 1111. Custom hair. And then we want the Salt and Wind. This is in Misk. Kojima's Salt and Wind version 1. Make sure you change the name because you've grabbed a bunch from the Salt and Wind files from earlier. And then we want the INPC's visual overhaul main file. This is a fantastic file too. These authors do not get the credit they deserve for the things that they create. What do we got? The Fiona Familiar fix. Abandoned Prison Combat Fixes, version 1. And we got the Riften. Alright, so this is the ILS fix for Snapleg Cave and the Riften Watchtower. Version 0.1.1. This is Skeever mod. And INPCs and weapons, armor, clothing, clutter, outfit. Patch, version 1. Only file. Cool. On to the next category, new followers and NPCs. This is for Lucian and Zelzaz. I still have yet to fully incorporate Lucian into a play. I just... Even like when I had Merrick, I think I had him with Merrick years ago, but I dropped him real quick, or either it might have been another character in and around that time. I still have yet to want to use them. I think the thing is because it's you know, it's streamed live. If they have dialogue and like I'm voicing the character, I'm talking, it breaks my mental immersion, if that makes sense. So we got a few here. Obviously the main file, so 163, and then we got a couple patches for stuff. So let's concentrate on the main file here. 163. We want the Creation Club Rare Curios patch, 162. So this is all ordered, which is pretty nice. Creation Club. Rare Curios patch here is 162. I'll grab them all first. Then we want the Moon and Star version 1. There it is, Moon and Star. And I believe his next one's Moon Path. Yep, Moon Path version 1. Right underneath it. Cool. Now, all of these are in BSA, so it's going to prompt you. So you're going to select no for everything. And then this is the Rare Curios patch. Same thing, the Moon and Star patch. And the Moon Path to Elsewhere patch. Main file. Here we go. Then we have the Pandorable Lucian Replacer. This is version 2. SE. Yep. Should just be meshes, right? Meshes and textures. And what do we have? His room marker for Doomsbathar. Should be the only file here. Version 1. Lucian Dwemer Ruins Redux. Version 1.1. In the main files, okay. There it is. Dwemer Ruins Redux 1.1. This is JSerp. I think this, small mods and resources, this is right up there with, I think, the most like downloaded files for Skyrim on Nexus. This may have surpassed everything. That's funny to see, like, the total views. You could tell it's like in a collection in Wabbajack because unique downloads only 424,000, but 21, almost 22 million in total. You could just tell that like nobody actually comes to the page to look. They're just grabbing it off of Wabbajack. And this has a quick auto clean as well. So it's that less pipes for Lucian is the name of the plugin. Should be right on the bottom. Run it. Uses deleted flags instead of initially disabled flags. So wow, 1160 UDRs. That's a lot. That's Jay Serpa. Jay, what are you doing? Unless that patch was made by somebody else and he's just hosting it. I mean, ultimately, he's responsible for that stuff on his page. Oh, that's a lot to me. Anyway. Zelzaz. I'm surprised. Version 1.13.2. Main file first. And then we need, there's two other patches. So we want the JK's New Nissus Corner Club version 1. This right here. And then we need the Follower Worm's Tooth patch, also version 1. Which is up higher. Right here. So Zelzaz gets installed. No BSA extraction. What do we have for Zelzaz? Alright, his file looks like has ITMs. So this one here. BPU FX BPU F Zelzaz follower. 20 ITMs. It's a very dirty mod because he uses, yeah, deleted flags, which becomes UDRs. Yeah, see, I don't like seeing that stuff. Like, I like my mods to be clean. Oh, 20 ITMs has 55 ITMs. Hey, Lexy, you have a typo in your guide. 55 ITMs. Like, I found a couple that maybe it's just inconsistent with SSE edit. I know this is the version the guide calls for, but several times I've found like it cleaned like maybe, like say it calls for 20, it might have cleaned 18. Now it's calling for like 20 for this mod, and we're getting 55. Well, it's definitely cleaned. Maybe it cleaned it like 2.5 times. All right. New followers. This is for Inigo, and the Khajiit will follow. And Inigo also is, we're going to delete these for other mods down below. Sadly, Inigo will never have another update. And he is left in a semi-broken state, unfortunately. We still love him, though. He's still arguably the best follower for this game, even in his state. And the BSL has no place being there anyway, so. There we go. So just his BSA. Here is the 2.4 update file. There we go. And the official patch, version 2.0.0 FE in optional. Right here, makes it nice and easy. Just the one. And the Khajiit will follow. We have a couple mods here. So main file 473. Oh, this got updated. There's 473. Wait, hold on. There's 473. The update is 4.7. So it looks like the whole mod. Okay. So this is one you're going to need to be careful with when it updates like this. So luckily it's not an archive. It's right here. Things you're going to want to check if you see multiples of these. File size, obviously, would be around the same. So 431. So we know it's the right version. So grab that. Then the update is 473 hotfix, 473A, which is right here. Actually, is it? Yeah, it's got to be. Boy, it doesn't have a lot of downloads for an update file. Yeah, 473A. Okay. So Khajiit will follow. Custom voice Khajiit follower mod. We'll install the main file. Select no. And then the 473, this is the hotfix. You're going to want to keep it the same, right? Because this gets merged. Khajiit will follow ESP. Merge it. And you're going to say no again because it's going to prompt you for the BSA. Now we have there's another main file, which is a patch for Forgotten City. This may have stayed the same, version 2.1. Which it did. So this one's okay. Select no. This is its own separate mod. Right, and then our last one is another optional file. This is the immersive start version 473. Now this immersive starts up to 474, so it's going to be this one here. So thankfully, everything is now in old files for this particular version of the guide. Nice and easy. We don't have to go into the archive. Okay. So we have the main file with the merged hotfix, the Forgotten City patch, and the immersive start patch. Are there anything else to do? We have SSE edit cleaning. Yes, we do. Khajiit will follow. Use the filter. Nice and easy if you don't feel like scrolling. Otherwise, they're typically at the bottom unless they're ESMs, in which case... Normally I use the filter anyway. I don't really use the slider unless I'm at the very beginning. 36 ITMs, 36 ITMs. Cool. And we're on to the next section, which is new followers. We have Thogra, Remiel, Ori, and Sophia. If you haven't tried Thogra yet, she is... an orc follower. She is fantastic. I forget which character I used her with. I was pleasantly surprised, and she never let up the entire play. And I got her relatively early. I want to say like by level 5 or 6, I picked her up, and she stayed with me for the whole play. She's not overly chatty. She doesn't say like needless things that, you know, she doesn't really seem to interrupt when you're like having conversation with other NPCs. I know there's mods to sort of fix that for everybody, but you know, if you don't use those mods, she's, yeah, like she comments on the things that like personally I feel like she should. And her combat is pretty straightforward. She's not underpowered. She's definitely not overpowered. Pretty well made. Probably one of the more slept on follower mods. We love Sophia. Oh no. Give her booze. Yes. This character may take Sophia. I haven't done that yet. We'll have to see. I think this character would actually enjoy having Sophia as a follower. That is, if I take followers. I don't know. We might. I think this character's going to have a follower or two. No more than one. Well, no more than 2. One regular, maybe another one that's scripted to follow you at a certain point, like Lydia. Well, she's technically not, but, you know, she's like forced to go to High Hrothgar with you. You could, of course, say no and leave her in Dragon's Reach till the end of time. But we're gonna be doing some sneaky things, I think. All right. What's Thogra at? Version 253 for the main file. Oh, she's been updated quite a bit. That doesn't seem like a lot of downloads for 253. Let's try the archive. Oh, it is. Okay. I didn't even need to look. I didn't realize there were... Because I was up here. There's not that many files. Okay, so that is the right one. So 253 is in old files now for Thogra. And what's the optional? The Bandit Camp Exterior Refinement by Socialista? Any? This version here. The first optional file. Okay. I don't like that it says new in front of it. And then we have the... That's just what I do. So name it anything you like so you know what it is. And she also has associated cleaning. Wow. All these custom followers that are never, like, they never think to clean it at the end. They just want to pump the mod out. DK underscore Thogra. ESP. Only 3 ITMs, though. That's not bad. Val Serrano is, yeah. He's another one that I heard was, like, really, really good. But I guess there's a lot of stuff that goes along with him. Have you you've tested it, right, Lexy? Oh, you've been meaning to test it, but not got around to it. Okay, but I know there's others on your team that have used him and said he's been really, really good. I think I've only heard him voiced, and he sounded pretty good. I've never used him. Yeah, you do need to get to a point where you do a playthrough, right? Lexi, I know this great guide. You should install. Let me tell you about what I know. All right, Thogra's clean. Iki's Thogra. Oh, this is like if you're gonna take Thogra, you're gonna take this overhaul for version 1.1. Because she looks absolutely amazing. Iki had better not ever change this file. I know there was like a version 1. Does not require high poly head. Now standalone. Yeah, this 1.1 is beautiful. As I could see, it's been 2 years. Because you know how sometimes they go and they want to like change things, make them look different or better? No. Leave it alone. You're working with perfection here. All right. What's up, Ease? Oh, do tell. Well, check out that little link I got here. See that link? Yeah, you're going to want to go there and read. And then you're going to want to follow the instructions verbatim. Almost a week later, you'll be playing Skyrim and enjoying it. And then you know what's going to happen 2 weeks later. The modding bug is going to bite, and you're going to want to add this, and you're going to want to add that. And then you're going to break your game, and your save's going to be borked, and Falrum Tools doesn't work on the current version, so you got to get the resave or instead of the resave er. Modding. Who mods? Let's just play vanilla Skyrim on LE. Old Rim. Not even LE. Let's just play Old Rim. No DLCs. On Xbox 360 with a controller. Wait a minute. I didn't have enough coffee yet. What's up, Daisy? Welcome in. Read? What is this reading? Read? Follow destructions? Yes. You should, every spot in your guide where you have instructions, you should change it to destructions. Because you know there's going to be a few folks that come in and they're going to start flagging that as a typo for everything. I think it's hysterical. This is the last of my coffee, by the way. I may actually have to heat this up. This is kind of not as warm as I like it. Is there a quick way to do that? Can you, like, you know, Control F instructions and just swap it to destructions easily? That would be fun. Okay. Are we on Remiel? Yes, we are. Iki Stogra, Remiel, version 1.75. She is pretty straightforward. Oh, she got an update too. Not to this. Okay. Although it's got a little, why does it have a not scanned thing? Still from October of 25, really? Why? Nexus, what are you doing? Okay. Well, she has a installer package. Yeah, see? I miss, who's one? She's a follower, she's in Markarth, I think she was like on and off Nexus. This is the one that they had like a little bit of controversy about. I never saw the point. The girl with the dragon heart, and I can't think of Mirai, right? Was she the one that was taken down because I guess it was inferred that she wasn't of legal age? And since the game is a mature rated game, they couldn't have it. Like it was taken down. Let me see here. Okay, so maybe yeah, the girl with the dragon heart. Oh, this is body slide. Yeah. No, she's been removed. So, yeah. I used this. This was on console. Not with obviously body slide and stuff like that, but she has a really good quest line, and I don't believe there was any romance options or any weird shit like that. But I believe the only thing is she has a home in Markarth, and if you had like a city overhaul, it would sort of like one of the stone walls would block the home. So obviously you could just go in and make a quick patch to delete the rock or move it if you wanted to. But her quest was actually really enjoyable. It's just a shame that it came back up on Nexus, and I guess the author refused to make changes, so they removed it. That's a shame. Oh, so not an easy thing, and that's Evertiro's job. Destructions is a very English thing. I just fill in a box on the back end, so you make him do all the work. In the relationship quest, she mentioned she's 17. Okay. Oh, there is a whole romance quest after her fall request. But wasn't the author forced to make her say 18 instead? I mean, if that's the only difference, then why not just say 18? It's still young. It's a year. There's really no difference aside from legal number change. That's it. Was the mod author that like perturbed about it, or is her whole thing like she's supposed to be not of age yet? I guess you say of age, but it's technically of legal age and things that can and can't be on the Nexus. I'm sure there's worse things on Nexus than something like that. I guess maybe they're seeing, like, if there is a whole romance thing, that was probably the thing. But they have killable children, right? Hold on a second. Wait a second. Shows you how fucked up their prerogative is, right? This is like one of the first mods. Yeah, mod 774, killable children, back in the 20th of November of 2011 was the original upload date. So aside from, like, you know, some fixes that might have been added, this is like one of the first mods, and it's just still around. Do they think this is okay? Nexus? Look at that. And there's no... Look at the posts have been closed. There's not even a comment section. It's just, here's your file. Go kill kids. Anyway. I don't know. I think Nexus are the overlords, and they can do what they want. That's why I'm hoping this GG Mods website gives them a run for their money and makes them have to actually give a shit about their users. Because they don't give a shit about the users or the mod authors they claim to love so much. They don't care about us. And the buyout was a piece of shit. To be fair, I kind of don't blame Robin for selling Nexus. He probably got out like a year too late. But, you know, is what it is. It's just going to get worse. Don't expect it to get better. It's not. Anytime there's a sale like that. Look what happened with Bethesda. They got bought out by ZeniMax, and then they got bought out by Microsoft. Have we seen Elder Scrolls 6? No, we have not. And at this point, I don't expect to see it. Same thing's happening with Nexus. They need competition. So whenever this site launches, I'm going to be all for it, unless it's like some weird shit. What are we doing? Custom voiced. I'm getting off. ESPFE for Thogra, for the banter. Then other commentary patches for Legacy of the Dragonborn is the only one. Okay. You know, if I were really to... Some of these are pretty good. Time Lost Dwemer is a lot of fun. What do we have? Relax Anywhere? For miscellaneous patches. Okay. That's everything. Install her. No BSA extraction, right? Oh, she might not have one. Oh, she does. Okay. Remy has 36 ITMs. What else do we have with her? HLIO Remy. Okay. Cleaning of the files. HLIO Remy. ESP. Run that through your quick clean. What's the other one? The Legacy has one. Okay. 36 ITM. Okay. And you just do the same thing. Run it again. And you're going to want to go to the HLI Remy LOTD ESP and run that. That's it. You're done. I like this replacer too. The Practical Dwe Mechanic. Version 124. She looks good. To be fair, she looks good default. As far as, you know, what they have. Now it's a totally different look. But I believe like there's a couple hair options, yeah, where she changes her hair. She looks pretty good. The replacer obviously is way better. Did I not download it? No, I didn't. Version 124. Main file. Download. Okay. And now we're up to Ori, Song of the Green, version 2.2 main file. Yep. And what is her second? Her Inigo Banter patch, the SFTS fix 0.1. This one right here. Nice to know this one hasn't changed too much. Ori's another one that I really want to use, but I can't, because she never seems to really fully fit into any of my personal plays. So, and there we go. And oh, that's right. So the MO2 removal tool. So remember, this is on the main file, so you're going to have to go back, or if you can't find it, you're going to have to use the scroll bar to search. So on the main file, you're going to plug this in. All the TGA files. I think there's only a couple. Two, yeah. So get your little notification there. Yep. Not that they would hurt anything, it's just they're leftovers from the mod, and they really should be removed, but unless she gets an update and the author remembers, we'll likely never see it. So, interesting NPC banter patch, version 1.1. Makes it easy. And does this have to be, yes, run through the quick clean for one identical to master. This file here. So I use on the Oh, I use the main one? Yeah, she is a good follower. The replacer makes her a redhead, and we know redheads are the best. What about Zelzaz? I love Zelzaz. Um, I think he's overtaken Inigo as my favorite. Like overall, it's pretty close. I think if we got that Inigo version 3, Inigo never would have budged. But Inigo's kind of broken in the state that he's in. I mean, there's fixes and updates that you've seen us implement, but if you just use the regular Inigo mod by itself, like you'll notice, like once you go through the part where you talk to Langley, and that's not even finished, right? Like his quest isn't done, but it's it's what we have, and like it's in the state that it's in. If you look at Smart Blue Cat's YouTube, years ago, I think like in 2020 at this point, they put out a teaser for version 3, and then there was a couple like update videos where Smart Blue Cat was working on Inigo version 3 before their computer crapped out, and then I think there was some IRL stuff that had happened, and then he lost all the files for Inigo in general, like the hard drive shit the bricks or something like that. Either way, like all the files for Inigo, which means all the voice lines and everything would have to be like redone. All the work that was being done in version 3 and everything else was completely lost. So at that point, it's one of those things where it's like he's got 7,000 plus lines, I think. You'd have to recreate all that stuff. And even using AI, it's not the same. Do you know what I mean? But I think Zelzaz, for me, well, one, because he's Argonian. I love Argonians and I don't like Khajiit. I don't know how that makes sense. It just is. Inigo is an exception because of how great a mod he is. But Zelzaz is at least equal to or greater than Inigo. Inigo's like Sophia. They're overpowered to begin with. Like, you need mods to nerf them. Sophia especially, because she just goes in and, like, I remember doing the Civil War on Legendary. It was with one of Lexy's, and she wasn't even part of my group, but I think I was defending Whiterun. Yes, I was defending Whiterun, so we were doing the Imperial side. And she just got up, like, with her skivvies on, and she was hacking away. And, like, I think she took out, like, 60% of the attacking Stormcloaks. And then she went right back and laid down, as if they woke her up out of her drunken stupor, and it annoyed her, if anything. Just like running around with a war axe in her underwear. I don't know if she had the war axe by default, or maybe she picked it up off one of the guards. Maybe she had something else by default. But yeah, it was so amusing to watch, because I'm just sitting there like I had to be careful because I was taking some arrows, but all I was doing was watching her. And then like the battle was just over. It just seemed to end, and she just went walking back casually. But she needs to be nerfed. She's way too powerful. That's our yeah. You can't even say maybe she was drunk at the time. Who knows? All I know is the Stormcloaks pissed her off, and I was enjoying watching it. We did not clean this because there is no. Oh, we did clean this. I'm gonna clean it again. I think I cleaned it, but now I don't remember because talking. Yeah, she's one that I might actually pick up for this play. I did clean it. Okay. Never hurts to rerun something through the quick clean if you're not sure. What do we have? Thistlefoot, Ori's Mount, 011. This is the texture fix. Options: keep clutter with missing alpha property, which is the top option. Only one. We have the voice enhancer for Ori. She absolutely needed this. This is fantastic. Version 222. 222 main file. So it is all the way. You see the large file size, that's audio files. I was going to say that hung for a second there. There we go. Here's Sophia. I actually, I'm not, it's one of these weird ones where I don't prefer the overhaul. But she looks good. Actually, it's a really solid visual overhaul. But when I used her, I got so used to like seeing this face because we used her on console. She was one of the first followers I think we like really used once Xbox got modding support. But we didn't have this replacer by Mokia Mokia. So I got so used to seeing this face because I used her all the time. We want the loose files version, right? 251 loose, just like she is. And this is a script. I believe it conflicts with SkyUI. Let's see if I'm right. Ah, another one. Sophia's not packaged properly. Let's see. Wildcat and SkyUI, so they both have it. Okay. Well, we're going to remove that from her. It's a very common script that a couple mods have. Okay, just make sure that it's... Yep, it is. I'm weird with the I know the MO2 removal tool is like solid. I just like to check. It doesn't hurt anything. It takes a couple seconds. That's it. Okay. And the visual overhaul. As you can see, she looks fantastic. But I'm so used to seeing that face just because of my Xbox days. So it's the only version here, version 1. Overhaul Sophia. And the typo grammar and dialogue fixes version 1 should be the only file here. And this has 9 ITMs. The face and the voice, yeah. Wasn't she done? She was done by... Yeah, Christine Slagman. But Christine also, she's voiced a few other... like custom NPC. You know who I'd love to see, and I actually have a conversion done. Orisa. The Wandering Rogue. She was never brought over. This is Chesko's. I have, on my Mediafire, I have a full conversion to special edition of her. Maybe I'll ask to get permission because I would love to see her. I don't know if she's finished. She was fantastic. This is an old mod. Look at this, 2014. No real requirements. Not a huge, but... And what's this, hairstyle or to customize her appearance? Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of Orisa mods. She was fantastic. So she's in Bruma, that's for sure. Recognized her as soon as the shopkeeper. Okay. She's also in Beyond Reach. Yeah, could be. She voiced NPCs and interesting NPCs. So it was weird when I found her because I had Sophia. Oh, so one of the other. Yeah. Well, let's see what she worked on here. Let's see if I can just type this in. Sophia. I guess she did a song for the... Oh, she sang The Dragonborn Comes, which you could probably find on YouTube. Probably a ton of stuff. Her portfolio. Helgen Reborn. Well, let's go to IMDb. Why not? Oh, I'm not signing in. Fuck that. You guys can do your own search. Screw it. Work? I'm not gonna work. All right, we remove this. We have the visual overhaul. We have the grammar fixes. I did not clean them though. Sophia typo patch. Right at the bottom. Yeah, she probably did multiple NPCs for Takahashi's mod, and probably some other things too. Her name is a name I should probably remember. I don't. We have the immersive start for Sophia. 110. Download. This has ITMs, really? 1. One identical to master record. And then what do we have? We have Skyrim SE patches. Version 142. Main file. What do we have here? We have a couple pages here, so let's look. Select nothing in updates, nothing in fixes. Big page. Nothing for WACCF, nothing for BGen. Sophia Immersive Citizens AI Overhaul patch. Nothing for the Dark Brotherhood. Nothing, nothing, nothing. That may be the only one with her. Yep. Yeah, so untick these. Make sure these two are unticked. I've messed up and I've actually left these accidentally. And you physically can't do anything with the remainder. Okay, install. So for the one, it's Immersive Citizens. Okay, it's done by a swap any. Cool. Follower management. I have a question, Lexy. Have you, at any point, considered using Dark Fox's follower mod? The busy follower framework. Requires UI extensions, which we use, and the script extender, which we also use. Backported for, which doesn't matter for us, but this is supposedly really good. I haven't used it yet. I believe it allows for 10. Oh, follower increase to 25. Okay. Additional follower control, and he does great stuff. I mean, he's got all our tutorials that we all use. It's on my radar, but again, not going around to testing. All right. Maybe it'll be one of the things I test. I don't want to test it on this one, though. Because he's really good at his MCM stuff. You could rename, like, yeah, there's so much more you can do with this than with Nethers. Figured I would just dangle that in front of you. What do we get? Which version of Nethers? 286B main file. We get anything else with that? Nope. Alright, Nethers follower framework. Special edition, yes. Followers avoid traps is the only one, yes. For remove scripts, we are selecting nothing. Core mod support, all 3 are ticked. For spell perk, we want friendly fire and the skill boosts. Nothing for the last two sections. And install. We need more test monkeys. We do. I still consider myself a test monkey. I will like go, this is just one of those main things where it's, I don't have a non-working, like I'd have to have another instance to test it because I don't, or I could run it on a different profile, I guess. I can't see it being worse than Nether's, but I could definitely see it being better. And he would stay up to date on his mods more than Nether. Netherworks actually removed this and put it on like Lover's Lab for a while. NFF was gone from Nexus for quite some time. For those of you that don't remember. So we know Dark Fox is staying on Nexus. Alright, simply order summons 0.12.1 main file. There we go. Download. And swiftly order squad version 1.12. The simply order summons file. So this is going to be the second file. You don't want both. Okay. Leave the name alone. This is the icon replacer. 0.3. Was it the LDB theme? Top file there. And back off Sophia, version 1. Increase her distance. Yeah, she does kind of like get all up in your butt. And this fixes that. Give a nice little MO2 reef. You can see the bars going. I also turned back on archive parsing just to have it on. All right, we are on to part 8. The, what do we got? Armors, clothing, weapons, the armor conversions, and the NPC underwear distribution engine. This is one that got introduced, I think, last year. And it's such a nice mechanic to have, because you can play safe for work or not safe for work, based on what you want. I think the mod is called Nude, N-U-D-E. Stands for something which I don't know what it stands for, but there you go. All right. Cathedral Armory. Let me just grab the files that are going to be adjusted. Version 3.2.1, right? 3.2.1. Main file. Big file. Works perfectly fine with Mod Manager download unless you're on a slower PC. Then I recommend manual, but for me, you can see my speeds are a little better today than yesterday, even though it's colder. I'm usually triple digits. Sophia does like ass. Yes. Yes, she does. Male, female, elf, beast rate, doesn't matter. If there's an ass somewhere, she'll be all up in it. Wow, alright, yeah, as I said that, my download speeds just tanked. I feel bad for people that don't have premium. Could you imagine how long that would take them? A couple seconds for me is like a half hour for them. Alright, and then the removal tool for the first-person Dwarven Gauntlet meshes. Yep, okay. Cool. Anything else? That is it. The CC Free Edition, version 1.2, Cathedral Armory. It's second file here. Oh, and Saints and Seducers, for those without the paid CC. On to... Oh, did I not? I didn't make a category. Damn it. I did. I grabbed it, and then you know what I did? I forgot. So let's just install the separator. See? I'm talking and I'm not paying attention. Clothing and jewelry. Amulets of Skyrim. 4061. Main file. This one hasn't changed either. This is updated to special edition and that's it. Nude equals NPC underwear distribution engine. So like the title of your category. Except, oh, it is N-U-D-E. There it is. Well, now I feel like an idiot. There it is. It just doesn't say nude in front of it. It's just, there it is. Tweaks and fixes, version 1.8, legacy compatible version. Second file here. Download. I should have changed that before, but there we go. Auto grab amulets from standing stones. Version 1. And we're going to choose the Rin's standing stone option, which is already ticked. And then we have Ace, version 161. Armor clothing extension. This is another mod people either love or hate. I love it. We're not extracting the BSA from this. And there are two other files. What do we have? The spell perk patch 161. And the 2K 1K textures right underneath it. Also version 161. Because we want this archive to win out. Yep. But it is being overwritten. This hood is being overwritten by Project Clarity because Clarity's in loose files format. Fishing outfit. We want the 2K variant, version 1. First file. Download. Plugin is being removed for reasons. Okay, it's good enough. What do we have? Circlet unofficial patch fix for Gemling Queen. It's right here. Middle file. And then we have Gemling Queen jewelry. It's another one I can't play without unless I'm running immersive jewelry, but that mod's its value needs to be balanced. I'm pretty sure there's a balance patch for it, but we have a couple options here. We're going to choose basically everything with the exception of the last page. So circlets, rings, both the Dawnguard DLC add-ons, and then we want the Gamwich amulet textures of 1024 res, and then the combined 1K. For the optional mesh packs, there's none. Lexy, is there... we don't have like a left-hand rings thing for the guide, do we? I didn't think so. Um, left-hand rings modified would be a good addition, so the player can wear something else on their left hand. I could have sworn Legacy did something similar to that. It's by Homicide, and it's got an Sky UI icon fix. It's an older mod. This is on the Skyrim side, but it's the same for SE. Requires a script extender, but that's it. It literally just allows you to wear one other ring. So. Remove its plugin. It's not needed. Yep. And new jewels for circlets. The new normal grayscale. I think there's 2 files for this. Yep. So you want the second one here. And rustic amulets, version 2. Another Gamwich classic. And rustic clothing, the 2K. This is a bigger mod, but absolutely at least the 2K. I'd go so far as to say the 4K 2K, but 2K looks good too. Worth it. And then we're going to get on to the retextures and tweaks. Let me make sure I actually get this ready for the category. Let rustic clothing install. Okay. Armor and weapon retextures and tweaks. Lean Wolf, better shape weapons. Fantastic mod. Main file. Has installer, but I'm gonna change the name. Install everything. And we're picking both sheets, one-handed and greatsword. Nothing for patches. Glass. You want to make sure none. This is where sometimes you can mess up. Instead of no refraction, you want none. Then for Stalrim is going to be no refraction. It's defaults to none, so they think none and none. And then you want the elf sheath. The dwarf sheath looks funky for this. I can never... And same with the holster. Just, Dawnbreaker for E and B. And Dragon Boring up top here. No dual sheath, which it's on, and you're good to go. Meshes only, right? Oh, some textures. A Midian-born Blade of Woe, version 1.1. Should be the only main file. Yep. And then A Midian-born's Book of Silence SE. 2 files here. We want the main file, which is 191. This is the CCOR content add-on. There's a couple on here, so this second main file is what you want. 1.1 gigabytes. And then we're going to grab the Armors 191, which is the first optional file. Because I think we're taking the Dark Elven out of here is the only one, I believe. Have to go put the kids up, so behave, or I will get the... we're not behaving. Nobody here's behaving. You should discipline us. All right, have fun, Lexy. Alright, this is foam mod is for the armors only. The main file is, and I'm not even gonna put CCO or add-on. We're gonna leave it as it sits. It's just the archive, which we are going to extract. And then let me get all these that we need to copy. So for the extraction, it's going to be yes and yes. There we go. So from the main file, delete or hide. So we're going to use our MO2 removal tool, paste everything in, remove, check your log. There we go. And then we have the armors, which I am pretty sure. So we're going to go custom. Big file. So nothing for iron, nothing for steel, nothing for steel plate, nothing for leather, nothing for hide and studded, nothing for fur. Elven. Dark default. Then everything else, Dwarven, nothing. Nord, nothing. Nothing. It will default to none or it won't have it ticked, so. Elven, Dark Elven is the only thing you want. As you can see, it's all Elven. This whole folder is Elven. That's all you want. Then the Amidian-born content add-on, SE. This is in old files, 311. Right here. And we're going to run assets optimize. This is another big file. Just checking my messages here. Another installer. Amidian-born content add-on is auto-ticked. And these larger installer pages you sometimes need to be careful with. So for the weapon meshes, we want lean wolves with the great swords, because there are two. We did choose both. Bows, we want the vanilla mesh, ebony, lean wolves with great swords. Then we want the heavy armory patch for ebony patches. For elven, elven weapon textures. For glass, none. Glass armor patches, none. For glass weapons, lean wolf with the great swords. And for glass weapon patches, heavy armory. That page is done. Go to the next page. And for animated armory and heavy armory, we're choosing heavy armory. Nothing for the remaining two. And you can install this. We're going to run CAO. And we're going to use the downsize textures 2K profile. Right here. Open your directory. So we're going to want to find Amidian-born, which should be up here. The content add-on. If you're ever unsure, you could see the option you chose in here, so it's right here. I'm gonna do it again. Just to make sure. Go to your log, downsize textures 2K, and run it. And we're done. Cool. Reopen up MO2. A Midian-born hide studded version 2. Main file. Top main file. These are a bunch of LE texture mods. A Midian-born stuff is amazing. It's cool to see that like it mixed with Cathedral, because Cathedral has a very unique look to it that is very noticeable for an all-in-one armory. But a Midian-born also has that same high quality. Like I think it's higher quality personally. It's still, to me, it's still probably the best looking for your gear. So when I do like the Book of Silence, I usually grab everything. The only time I don't is if I'm running like Zavbio's stuff, and then it's hard to mix and match because Zavio's looks like they just darken all the textures. I don't really feel the quality is improved so much, with the exception of the clothing. The clothing is fantastic, but you got to go full res. You can't go the half res with that, and it's like a 2.5 gigabyte file. The Imperial Light and Studded. So we want the, what's this? 1.12K. First file. And then the Banded Iron, this is Cabal's Cut 2K. So Cabal's Cut 2K is the first. This is for the Banded Iron actually is always one of my favorite pieces of armor. I never use it because I never really use heavy, but can we... Yeah. Like I don't know why, like for some reason this Banded Iron just looks really good. I don't know. Scaled V2. Yep. I'm happy these stayed and they didn't make their way out of the guide. I love them. Golden Saint Armory. 2 files. We want version 1 revamped, or 1.10. I'm sorry. 1.10 for the main. And we're grabbing the extended cut patch 1.10 EC right here. Optional. Pretty easy. And they are, of course, separate. And then we got the Stormcloak Officer, a Midian-born. Main file, version 1. Elven weapons for silence. We want the Dark Obsidian Lean Wolf Elven, which is an optional. First file here. Then the Great Sword Sheath and Scabbard Redux 276. Main file. It's another one where you're going to have a nice little installer. We want meshes thin for the type, full size for the sheaths and scabbards, and we want the Skyforge steel option. Aside from, there's the old Skyforge SSC mod. It's no longer on Nexus. I still have a link to it. And I still have the file. This is the best looking if you're going with lean wolves. To change the thin meshes, and just for the texture look. I think nothing looks better for Skyforge stuff. All right, and then what's this? Dragon armor. So this is one of Savbio's. This is going to be the half res. You'll see why these things are super super large files, even for the half res. Version 2.2 and optional. It's got an update too. Of course, it's not an optional. Oh, boy. Was it 2.2.0? Nope, just 2.2. Well, let's look for the half res. Half res 2.2, right here. Low res. No, thanks. For one set of armor, still 250 megabytes. Okay. And all of Savio's have installer. There's so many options to choose. So what do we want? We want, for the vanilla items, the dragon plate, the dragon scale, and the jagged crown. Nothing for CC. Then USSEP or Cathedral. So it's this bottom option here. Then we want the texture only, no mesh changes. For the consistency, nothing. And for Ahsoka shields, nothing. And install, that's it. Okay, Dragon Bone Mastery weapons. Version 2.1 with engravings. So it's the top file here. Also a little installer. This one sometimes spits out an error atcher. We want the darker bone. Vanilla style arrow. The full length scabbard. For the full size scabbard, we want traditional design and the opaque meshes, and we can install it. And you're going to get this, just you can hit install anyway. Does that say folder 99? It's for something we're not using. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah. You're good. Ebony Weapons 27. This is one of my favorites. So we're going to get the super ultimate lore-friendly Ebony Raised Emblems Extra Grunge Retexture 2K Remake. Version 1.5. It's the only main file. And then we're going to grab this Better Shape Weapons Quiver, the Cactus Ebony. It's the second file. For the first, we're going to delete this, I believe, right? Let's open up your removal tool. Blade of Woe. That's weird. Hold on a second. Textures. Weapons. Oh, is it in the other file? Oh, I'm on the wrong mod. Okay, let's just do that. Let's reinstall and replace. Yeah, I'm looking at the next mod, Rustic. Okay. We're good. I'll survive. That's something Lexy can mock me for later. Yeah, I was one mod ahead. See how you can get messed up with that? I'm looking for it. Like, where is it? It's not there. Rustic Armors, another game which we want the 2K version 3. SSC 2K version 3, first file. This is the one where we... Yeah, because we're not using this Blade of Woe. So textures, weapons, Blade of Woe. The nice thing about that is... yeah, because I saw it didn't spit out the thing, and I'm like, oh, is it? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Steel, this is a ZFBO, so I think this is another half res, 211, optional. Half res. Right there. Again, another installer. Look at 820 megabytes for one file. I used to take the full versions for everything. Not worth it, in my opinion. Half res looks just fine. Okay. We have steel armor, steel plate, Sun's armor, steel weapons. We do not need the blades, the Nordic carved. Oh wait, did this get No. So for version 210, yeah, the blades. Yeah, it looks like it was merged as of version 210. I really wish they dated this. That'd be another thing that would be useful. Well, this was well before the last update, so... I'm going by what the guide is telling me. Alright. Because we're getting blades and Nordic carved, obviously, from another place. So, just these. Nothing for the CC. Using Cathedral Armory. Yeah, they'll probably wind up being Cathedral Armory assets. We want the Amidian-born content add-on ticked. For the steel plate, we want Amidian-born style. Large page here. The Chevalier armor, nothing. Nordwar has nothing. For the Oblivion artifacts, we want the Rashida special. For Helgen Reborn, the Keepers of Hatu armor. And for Legacy, Explorer, Dragonbane, Bulwar's Oathblade, Akaviri Guardian, and Ancient Akaviri Katana. Skyrim Immersive Creatures, Ancient Akaviri armor. None for the Gilded. And install. That's a crazy file right there. Alright, Frankly HD Dawnguard. Version 1.3. Main file. And we're picking the 2K resolution. Right here. Install. Same with the Nightingale. Optional. Oh no, this is the Zavbia because this got redone. Okay. Version 1.0. And it is now in faction armors and weapons retexture. Let me see how we're handling this. I believe we have a direct link to this. Let's go to the install, go to the current FAQ, scroll up. Yep, Nightingale. So here is the link. Open that up. There we go. Nightingale armors and weapon half res. There we go. It's going to be a manual download. Just drag it over here. So yeah, now it's Zebio's merged all their faction stuff. They've also removed or hidden all the other stuff, which I find really annoying for reasons like this, but is what it is. Alright. The Nightingale armor and weapon retexture, we want both. We do not want capeless, because that just looks stupid. And we want the scabbard install. Cool. Improve close face helmets. Can't play without this mod. 158 SSE. Extracting the BSA. And we are getting rid of the plugin. We're good. You could always check over here too if you need to. And we're grabbing the fixes for that. 1.6. We want the full version. Top file. Top main file. So for the patches, install nothing. And install it. That should be the plugin. Yep, there it is. Cathedral Armory. Improve closed face helms patch. Optional file. Version 1. Right down here. And we have the Konarik's patches. Improve close face helmets and weapons, armor, clothing, clutter. This is in the main file. It's going to be this middle one here. Version 1. This one looks like it has some cleaning, 36 ITMs, so we're going to run it through the quick clean right here at the bottom. $35. It lied. Lexy must have found an extra identical to master record that my version of SSE Edit has not. That's going to break my game. That's it. I'm done. I'm starting over. I quit. Nah, it should be good. If you clean it, you'll usually be fine. These numbers change. What do we got? Frankly HD Stormcloak and City Guards from Classic. The 2K version. Ultra. They're both Ultra. So it's this top file here. And what do we have? We have a fix by Sprite and Sand for 2K. It's going to be this middle file. Yeah? Yep. And it's an update, so it gets merged. So textures for this. And the 2K fix is named the same. Merge it. Beautiful. Stormcloak Armor Revival. We want the 2K version. Main file. What's the other one? The normal map fix for some guards. It's the update file. 10B. And for some reason, the update file is the one that has the plugin. So I just leave it say HD because it is. See, there's just textures in this. It's the update that has the plugin to fix the normal maps. Okay. But we are going to merge it. So once you merge it, that's when you use the removal tool to get rid of that plugin. Or you could just delete the plugin manually. Yep. Okay. And Sigils of Skyrim, the Shields, version 1.1. Not the banners. We already got the banners. Eric, welcome in. What's going on? Let me grab a sip here. Let's see what my uptime is. Wow, 2.5 hours. Holy crap. Let me just, I want to check OBS as well. Yeah, OBS seems fine. We're good. What's going on? Frankly, HD Thieves Guild, version 1. Still probably the nicest Thieves Guild textures for this game. We're grabbing the 2K res. These photos all look stupid anyway. But yeah. I like the Frankly HD series. Noldorian Bow and Quiver. This is from LE. Main file version 2. Then we have Noldorian Dawnbreaker, the normal version. Version 1. Let's get rid of the glow map on it, because we do not want it. Paste that in, run it, remove. You'll probably see me stop checking the log, because it does get a little tedious once you get down, but I've never had an issue with the mod organizer removal tool. It literally does what you tell it to do. So as long as you're copy pasting, you are fine. If you're typing it in properly, you'll find it. If it's you like misspell something, it just physically won't do anything for you. So, and the shield, same thing. All Noldorian. So stuff looks pretty good. These are ones that I'm happy are still here, because a lot of these I use on my own setup for, like, I go individual for some things like this. Because I don't like the way they look with, like, texture packs. Like, this is overwriting, like, Cathedral, and I think maybe Amediumborn as well? Project Clarity, so, and Cathedral. So, I don't like the way Cathedral looks for certain things. That's why I'm happy these still exist. Thane Weapons Reforged for Legacy, version 1.11. This is another one by Stag. Fantastic. Look at this. So good. Have to run. Have a good rest of your stream. Wizard, enjoy. Enjoy your day. And we got the Steel Battle Axe of Fiery Souls. Truly unique. We want the ESL 2K version. Top file. It does look good. I forget if this mod actually changes other things. Animated textures, visual effects, and features to make it a truly unique artifact. Yeah, it makes you not want to like break it down. That does look really good. Look at that Soul Brazier enchantment. Top file. Downside with stuff like that is, of course, it's got a plugin and it changes a bunch of things, so not just a replacer. And then patches. What do we got here? We have a Legacy of the Dragonborn patch. We want version 1. This here. And we want the 2K textures right below. I think it's 4K. The Visage, my version. SCAE version 1. Top file here. And then we're getting the Legacy patch and optional. And we're... Oh, he has the plugin spelled weird. Alright, we're not extracting the BSA. We are, from the main file, deleting plugin. And then we'll get the Legacy patch. Because that gets handled later. And then Zim's immersive artifact. Thank God an artifacts overhaul came back. Because for a while we were playing without any, and it was terrible. And I would rather see awesome artifacts, but Zim's will suffice. 174. The only main file there. What do we got? Some instructions here? Yeah. All artifacts. Yes. What do we got? Children, nothing, because this is just... These are alternative textures. Right? Mirax Sword, we're removing the tentacles. Nothing for anything else. None. No purple eyes. The Mask of Clavicus file, no Frankly HD, because you'd have to have the version of it. Nothing for Sanguine, nothing for Savior's Hide. No green glow for Volendrung. But we are removing the tentacles from Mirax Sword. I kind of feel like we shouldn't. But the guide calls for it, so we are. I like the tentacles. And we're not extracting the BSA. Okay. I am going to take a break. I haven't taken a break yet, so looks like ads are already going. Give me 5 minutes or so, guys. I'm going to throw a message up. I'll have my phone on if you feel like chatting. Otherwise, enjoy the music, and I will be right back. All right. Looks like we even got ads coming back again. I'm assuming that Twitch stopped at some point because my phone stopped and just froze. So it's either the app. Let me refresh it here. We dropped 0.4 of a frame, of a percentage of a frame. So that's not bad at all. All right. Ah, thanks, Merlin. All right. What are we doing here? What do we finish? We finished Zems, right? Yep. Okay. New weapons and armors. Okay. Yeah. All right. App seems like it's doing whatever. So. All right. So the new stuff that's being added in, the Ethereum weapons compilation. We want the BSA version 1.1.1, aka main file. I did a play with this as well. For those of you that remember, it was after Merrick, but it was probably a couple years ago. We did a dwarven specialist who wore dwarven heavy armor, like especially this stuff, and we used the autocannon, which was our, I think it was like autocannon and like the bear traps. It was a really fun play. Like when you get some of these specialized things that Ordinator lets you do. That's why it's the best perk overhaul, because you've got like all your base stuff covered, and then you get all the fun stuff too. Not like those vanilla plus overhauls that are just garbage. Yeah. All right. Tournament of the 10 Bloods 2.1, and then the hotfix also 2.1.1. Yeah, 2.1, 2.1.1. And tournament's got a installer for it. Okay. We want the what? 2K resolution? 2K. And no flame. All right, that's it. Not extracting the BSA. No. And then the sounds update. Make sure it's named the same. Merge it. Same thing. Make sure you select no. And then we have a quick clean. Artifacts of Boethia plugin. For a couple ITMs. Nothing major. So if you do a bear trap build, make sure you make an option for silver traps. I did the silver trap thing. I haven't released it, but I've made it. Physically made it. I have it so that you could add it as a perk into the smithing tree, or you can do it through lockpicking. If you want it as just like a perk option, you could do it to literally either. But yeah, so for silver, it just does more damage to the undead when they trigger it. But things like ghosts, it doesn't trigger because they float over the top of it. So you have to find another way to deal with ghosts. Obviously, if it doesn't have feet and is floating, it wouldn't hit a metal trap or a silver metal trap. Tournament of the 10 Tweaks 1.2. Main file. Download. And the Creation Club patch. Version 1. It's the only file. We want the Artifacts of Boethia update patch, which is down here. Because we're not using all the Creation Club content. There. And Dawnguard Arsenal should be the only main file. Yep. Version 1. It's another fantastic mod. No to the BSA. And its archive's going to be overwritten by, looks like Frankly HD. DX faction crossbows. The Deserter X stuff is all pretty solid. I believe most of their unique armors are UMP based, which is great because we've got a UMP body. The blessed body. So you want 1.1 main file. And that's another good one. Heavy Armory. 617. Main file. The nice thing about these get updated pretty regularly. We want the, so for meshes, BSA, OAR, we want the full install, and Glaive, we want the spear default. Weapons, armor, clothing, clutter, and CCOR has the core patch. It's like nothing for unofficial patch, nothing for animated armory, so we don't use it. Both patches for AOS and ISC, and fishing. Then we want the heavy armory and CCOR fishing patch. Let's see, we got a few more of these. Amadian board and Skyforge, nothing. Nothing for BAE. Campfire and Hunterborn, we want just Campfire. We want, for crossbows, we want rare curios only. Then crossbow integration, if there's anything ticked, make sure it's unticked. We want nothing here. I have no idea how to say that. Thwack. Ka-chunk. I have no idea. Nothing there. Bolts expanded needs to be unticked. This gets dealt with later. And nothing for Tamrielic distribution. Wow. We want for Cathedral Armory. Resurgence has nothing. Better shaped weapons has polished silver. Swords with scabbards and great. It's all three options. Frankly HD for the Dawnguard. Nothing for Imperial. Nothing for Falmer Glow. The Rune Nordic weapons. Nothing. Rudy ENB we want with Cathedral. Stalrim is none, and that is everything. And I believe this has a BSA, so we're going to say no to that. Install it. That was a bunch of plugins right there. Good amount. Okay. And then Immersive Armors. 8.1. One of my favorites. We're going to be removing these two from the main file. Yeah, it's good to see Immersive Armors staying. Not going anywhere. I did see there was one that was like an SKSE version, so I guess that needs testing too, but I've really never had a problem with this mod ever. Patches for sure. And there's a couple of SPID files floating around. Just install the UMP support, that's it. Oh, it has taken forever. Look at this. Hey, we're up to 16 degrees Fahrenheit, partly sunny. All right, I'm going to refresh on my app here. No to extracting the BSA. And we're getting rid of the armor compilation and the extra. I should probably reiterate, always make sure you're on the mod. I know I just go to the removal tool because the removal tool always defaults to the last mod you installed. So if I'm removing files from the last mod, it'll default to that. So there's our optional plugins. Cool. The retexture and mesh fix is 1.6. This is the main file. Wow. Alright, so we are going with the ZAVBIOS stuff. This is a big file. I probably should have downloaded this manually. This is 2.5 gigabytes. I thought it was just a small I didn't read who it was by. Okay, not a big deal. It's usually good for me, but again, like anything over a gig or, 1,000 megabytes, which is a little smaller than a gig, I do recommend manual download, but there's some I know that I can get away with that I've never had issues with. Knock on wood. All right. Install everything recommended. There's a bunch of pages for this. So like anything else, just take your time. It's going to walk you through the options. So for the boiled chitin, we want the classic. For the dragonhide robes, the custom. These look fantastic, by the way. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to look. I know people miss the hide on top, but some people thought it was stupid. But these robes themselves look fantastic. For Falkreath, we're getting the nice custom helmet, which I do think looks amazing, instead of the stupid steel plate. We want ebony for the Imperial Knight. For the Paladin, we want a cape, because all Paladins have capes. Sea Dog is the custom, which looks great. Crimson Ranger adds the cape. It's got a standalone patch. We want the Legacy masks and immersive creatures ticked for Daedric Lords. Witch plate, I believe we're still on purple. This matters. I know you could probably switch colors with the reinstall. Just, you want to do it right. Make sure you're going by the guide. I've done orange. Orange also looks pretty cool. The blue doesn't look as great. Blue is sort of like the default color they used to do for Witch plate. I think the purple looks the best. The orange also looks really good. Like if you're going for more of like a heavy armored pyromancer, purple doesn't really make sense, but in general it looks really nice. Cathedral Armory. Cathedral Armory patch ticket. Yes. Dwemer Mage. Wheels of Lull. No. Nothing for Yagram. And I've read this and we can install. Big mod. I've always wanted the Divine, like Apache Divine Elegance store, but like there would have to be a major balancing with them because a lot of them are like ebony or higher tier, and yeah. All right, so this is the IA tweaks and fixes, the whatever that is. Author's name. Version 1.15 main file. Let's see here. 1.15. And there's another file. What are we getting for that? The MISC, the legacy version. Also version 1.15 legacy patch, right? That's right here. and delete the following. It's in the main file. So go to your removal tool. We're going to have to go back to the main file. Get rid of the plugin, remove, close. Yep, okay. All right, Jace's Swords 1.8, all in one. Main file. And we have the craft-only version, which is right here. No glow Dovilov. Everything else is fine. Don't select anything. Patch is nothing. Install. Alright, Lunar Guard. 2K textures. Version 1.3. Right in the middle here. Lunar Guard 2K. And then the Lunar Guard Vanilla female body support. Lower weapon expansions, 1.4C. I believe it's the only, yep. And then we're going to be getting rid of a couple plugins that we don't need with this one. So get your removal tool ready. Is there a BSA with this? I think there is. Yes. Okay. So yeah, lower weapons adds these. So we only need, I think, the one. And, oh, we've got a plugin replacer as well. Nice. So yeah, the next one, the SE replacer. Optional version 1.4C. Lower weapon expansion 1.4C in Lexy's. You need to see there's the plugin. So now we're good. So why are you removing those files? Because the guide tells us to. They're not needed. We don't use Daedra Crescent Gold Brand or Relics of the Crusader. Lexy has her own plugin. So those other four are not needed. That's one of those things that you'd have to look in SSE Edit to see why. So if you were to load all these up and filter for conflicts, it would probably tell you why, unless there's another reason. I don't know if she's still here. I think she left to do something with the kids. Welcome in, Wind. I haven't actually looked at it myself, so I couldn't tell you the exact answer. Lustmord. This is, well, also for Serana. This becomes her starting gear at some point. We want the optional SSE version because I believe the main file is, yeah, CBBE. And this is going to be the one that has the UMP blessed body, which we want. And then the immersive start for Lustmord. And then Nordic Wanderer equipment. So a couple from here. Version 1.01 for the main file. It's pretty easy. We're going to have the diffuse contrast, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So 1.1 for the update, which gets merged. And then probably the sharp normals, I would assume, which is an optional. Yep. So Nordic Wander, main. All right. Then we're going to get the contrast. So this has to be named the same. This is going to be merged in. And then the sharp normals are its own mod because it's an optional file. There they go. Beautiful. Now we got the Nordic Wander Beast Race compatibility patch 101 main file. Download. Otherwise, the Beast Races will look really fucking stupid, or they won't have hair. These things matter. North Girl UMP version 1.1 optional file. All retext included. Still haven't done a female character, and it would only be with the Nord to use the North Girl stuff. So it's because I said so reason. No, I'm sure she's got a reason. There's probably a conflict. Legacy of the Dragonborn and what was it? Was it Lore Weapon expansion? Have yeah, so they've got conflicting so Legacy gives you these anyway. Lore Weapon expansion also has plugins, so you would have multiples, right? And then when you go to put one on display, if you don't have the right one, it's not going to display. So her patch basically, I want to say, takes into account all of these and puts it into one ESP. So these are redundant. The original plugin is redundant, and then it's fixed all by her patch, which is named the same for compatibility reasons. I could be wrong about that, and it may not have anything to do with that, but... Hey, Yuki. Welcome in. Oblivion Artifact. This is another gem. Version 3. V3 version 3. Main file. Another one that hasn't been updated. And we want the clean and upscaled textures from optional, because they look good. And we're not going to unpack the BSA. We are, however, going to run that through the quick clean once this finishes. For 31 ITMs and 3 undeleted references. WZ Oblivion Artifacts. Want your mods as clean as possible. There's like a random occurrence where the mod author will say like, yeah, leave the ITM, it's intentional. But they really shouldn't be. They really should figure out a way around it. So there you go. Nice and clean. We got the clean textures. Optional file is always separate. And then the Oblivion Artifacts Invisible Head. This is under MISC. Right here, version 1. This has been around for, well, since 2020, 6 years. That's the nice thing about a lot of these. They don't have to, like, you're building upon something, so you don't have to fix all the patches that you've done all this work for. All right, Royal Armory, version 2.2, main file. No BSA extraction. And the tweaks and fixes, 141. Royal Armory tweaks. Top file, because they're named, or their version the same. And then this is the No Visible Quest and Experience patch 1.1 for Royal Armory. Tweaks and fixes, main file. So this is experience. Let me just reread this again. Experience fix for Will Armory. Right here. Top file. Because again, same version. Okay. The Scout Armor. It's an oldie and favorite of mine. This may make a comeback. We don't know. I always had fun with this one. Probably one of the best rogue armors still for this game. Dirty Weasel did this one. Well, it was created by... He ported it. Dudaboom. 2 ITMs. I've noticed with this version they've caught a lot more dirty mods. Authors, clean your shit. There. And then this is the mesh fix. Looks like it fixes all the Scout armor meshes. Right. Yep. Armors. There's the female first person, then the weapons, and the Scout. Much needed. Seasoned Traveler. This is we want the 2K version. 1.3. Top file. Extract the BSA on this one. Yes and yes. Silver Bow. 141. Insanity Sorrows. Silver Bow. $141. Is there anything else with this? Nope. We got the main file. And then what else do we have? CCOR patch. Yes, it's checked. Level list add-on. Yes, open world loot version 2.x. No for the spell perk Silverhand Archer distribution. Install. Okay. Talos Housecarl Armor version 1. It's another solid one that was brought over. Sithis armor. I think this one, the Mastercraft, yeah, Shadris updated it. This Mastercraft version is so good. But you need the main file first. So we want version 203, not the replacer. Requires the 1. So let's get that installed. Then the Mastercraft is now version 301. Mastercraft version. Main file. Then we have the Twilight Princess Armor Mashup. The LE. This is a classic one. Well, we got a couple things. We're extracting the BSA. We have a creation kit save. We have CAO and letting us notes from classic. So version 1.6 from main files, the UNP. I believe it's this one. Not UUNP, right? Yeah, UNP. This file here. Okay. So first things first, we're going to install and extract the BSA. And we would have to anyway. It's an LE mod. But we need to convert it first. So there it is. So we are going to close it out. We're going to relaunch CAO. We want the no BSA profile right here. Go back to your mods folder and filter for Twilight, or I just do this because it's easier because my search takes forever. Twilight Princess Armor Mashup. Select it. Gonna stick on my log page. Run it through CAO. It's done. Reopen up MO2. And we need to save, because you can see we have a form 43. Needs to be form 44. So, creation kit time. And of course, I'll use the filter in the creation kit because the CK is held together by hopes and dreams. Twilight Princess. You could tick the box or do what I do and double right click to activate it. Hit OK. When it finishes, we're going to hit save and that's it. Conversion will be done. I like this platform extend in this new version of the creation kit. It seems to never crash. I have not had a CK crash issue since this platform extended came out and got updated. We used to have crash issues all the time. We'd be saving after every little thing we do. I still recommend saving off and just, you know. Alright, so after the Twilight Princess. Anything else? Nope, we're good. Volkahar Knight. Another fantastic mod. This has a BSA too, right? And then the Wayfarer's coat. This was on my Argonian that I just used. Except I didn't downsize. I used the full textures. Looks better on an Argonian than it does on a human. Version 1. Right? Version 1? Yep. Main file. So we're going to do that. Switch it back between CAO. This is going to be downsized textures. Go back to mods. Was it W for Wayfarers? Right. Wayfarer's coat. Run it. It's done. It optimizes pretty quickly. Warmonger Army. This is the LE. This is going to be a 3-part section because this version works. So you're going to have to bear with me for a little bit here. We're going to grab the vanilla. They're all version 1.3. So there's the vanilla, the DLC, and the level lists. There's 3 files. There's vanilla. There is the DLC. There is your level lists. Okay. So now they should be in loose form. So I'm going to install them. But the plugins, however, are individual. And the 3 plugins need to be gone. So let's just go. I'm going to do it this way. It does the same thing. All right. You now have an optional folder with your level list plugin. All right. Secondly, we're going to launch CAO, and we have to run. So the way that this should read, you have to run them all through CAO, not just that main file. So go no BSA, because it's an LE mod. Go back to your mods, and you're going to find Warmonger's main. Or I should say it's vanilla. So Warmonger vanilla, select it, run it. There's the DLC. There's the level list. For you on YouTube viewing, pause as needed. That should be it. And it looks daunting because you're like, well, I can't just delete them all. No, you can't. It's from each one. You could physically go in and delete the plugins because they're not needed. They're going to be replaced with the Loremonger edition. And even if you're using the SE version, you won't have 3 plugins because the SE version, while it has issues, this one doesn't have as many issues. There's only 1 plugin for that. That still gets replaced by this. So this is the Loremonger edition, version 1.2. Main file. Okay. And it's Warmonger SSE ESP. This one says vanilla. Okay. Dovas Sonic. Dragon Priest Masks. We want version 1, and we need the Ragot fix for hooded masks with eye slits. Okay, install core. We want the, I love this. You got your choice. So if you want the big ones, I love these slitted meshes. These are fantastic. It's a great look for the masks. Mirak is going to be default. For Warmonger, we definitely want the patch for this. So this allows you to wear them on your belt. Then craftable hoods, don't install because that's something separate. Nakarine, default ebony. Then Konarik is going to be default gold. A little bit darker. And that's it. Install. Make sure you get that right because once you do the Ragot fix, it gets merged in, so otherwise you're going to be redoing both these mods. And merge it. Cool. Now we have our armor conversions. Take a quick sip here. Give me a second, guys. Okay. We're going to be changing a few things. TMB vanilla armors and clothing. This is the conversion. We want version 140, which should be the main file. This is an interesting one. We want unofficial patch, compatible version, which is ticked. And then for these, for armor, all right. It just says armor. There's only 2 options. However, you'll see what I'm talking about. Pick non-spicy options. There's going to be other things besides spice gear. Basically, what you want is all the vanilla options, which should be defaulted for all of them. As you can see, there is no multiple page FOMOD here because it's a pain to upload that. So I'm going to go through this a little slower than I normally do. I just keep hitting next for all this, but as you'll see, it goes through every set in the game. So Blade's light. We don't want the spice stuff. Daedric, vanilla. Can't be skimpy or spice. Does not work. The conversion doesn't work. Vanilla shrouded. Dragonbone. Scale. Ancient Nord. Dwarven. Ebony. Elven. Vanilla. This is for the Falmer. General Tullius. For the female, look at that. Crazy. Spice Gear Glass just looks like a little bikini. We're sticking to the lore as best we can. So this is all going to be vanilla stuff. I'll go a little faster here because there's a lot. What's this? Thieves Guild, Guildmaster, Carlia, Linway. Yep. But then you've got Hentai's Carlia, and then there's your Spice Gear stuff. All right. So if you're looking for the files with all the Spice Gear, this is it. If you want to do like a conversion and have skimpified armors, there you go. That looks pretty cool for the Archmage robes. But anyway, vanilla should be ticked by default for everything. And there's multiple like fine clothes, farm clothes, jesters. We have a few other fixes we need to do. Miner, Monk, Nocturnal, Sigic, Redguard. Yeah. When you get to the end, it just kind of comes up and hits you. Cultist, Dark Elf, Skull, Mirak, Vanilla Temple. Yep. And then you can install it. Alright. There is a plugin. It's a standard plugin. However, first, we are going to do a little sorcery here. We're going to navigate. I'm going to open this in Explorer to, what is this? Meshes. Then close. Then there's another meshes folder. And then another close folder. Then Greybeard Robe. We're going to move this. So I'm going to pull this right out. I'm going to put it on my desktop, like right here. Move the Greybeard directory to meshes close. So if you go back, meshes close. You can just throw the Greybeard in here. Once that's done, the meshes close meshes folder can be deleted. So meshes close. This meshes folder gets deleted. Because other than that, there's just the Greybeard stuff. So meshes close. Meshes. Goodbye. You're no longer needed. And now I'm just going to re-copy these because we are going to use the MO2 removal tool for this. For our folders. And this is the Daedric female helmet and the female medium cuirass, which I don't even think gets used or is in the game. Yeah, bikini armor is the only way to go. Carl, you should talk to Lexy about making a skimpified version of her guide. See if we can get some people in the off guide section to work on it. That'd be fun. Yeah, carefully read the special installation instructions. Yep. Because this can be confusing if you've not done it a few times. And I was like, when I looked at it, I'm like, why is there a meshes close Graybeard section? Like, why isn't it in just with the meshes closed? Because I think that's what it is with unofficial patch. Yep. Well, there's 200 file. Let me see here. Yeah. I need to refresh that? Maybe. But the Graybeard stuff, yeah. Hell, I can set up a guide for you right now. There you go. All right. The Dark Brotherhood. And see, this is the thing that's... I mean, I'm going a little bit slower. I should probably even slow down more, but, like... My mind and body physically can't. So... obviously, if you're, watching the archive it back on YouTube, you can pause at any time. But these are the armor conversions really confuse people because they're like, well, what do we need? It's pretty easy with UMPB. Unlike CBBE, you have a sort of like an all-in-one, right? This does most things. You obviously need the skeleton, right? So if you were to go back and look at the requirements and read the mod page, right? We haven't been reading any mod pages because, like I said, with this particular guide, you literally just follow the guide. You can read the mod pages if you want to, but you're just going to wind up sort of confusing yourself. But if you're not following the guide and you were looking for something like that, well, this, if you're going to do body slide files, we have a never nude here. This is the TMBE. Normal never nude. This is the high poly version. Titty McButt. Body enhanced. I've never seen that recommended version. And then TMB 1.2 high poly version. So this must be this old rim? Might be. But yeah, this also gives you the spice stuff. There's other conversions for that, but these look the best. Okay. The Dark Brotherhood armor for UNP. So this is for the UNP body. Meshes only, version 1. This is the female armor, meshes only. DB female armor, meshes only. No physics, version 1. 1.0. And since we're not CBBE, I remove trace it, just so I know. All right, and that's going to, of course, overwrite, and it's going to just do the Dark Brotherhood torso for the female. Then we have Shadra's Dark Brotherhood robes replaced. This is a fantastic model. We're also grabbing the weapons, armor, clothing clutter, and frostfall patches. So version 1. You want to know what they look like? Absolutely gorgeous. The black and the red. Okay. We're almost at 1,200 mods. See that? Like, you blink for a couple streams and you're 1,200 mods in. Pause, sit back, and relax. You got this. I can't do it in Michael's voice. Although, we both have great names. Okay, nude. This is the bottom of the section here. This is the underwear distribution. There's the actual file. So let's get the dynamic armor variants, version 105. Main file here. Framework for mods to define variants of armor by swapping armor add-ons dynamically at runtime, which we have everything. Download. And what are we picking? Special edition. And UI extension menu. Install. Okay. Now the nude mod. Version 202, we want option B NPC 202. Option B 202. So it requires dynamic armor variants. Here is your foe mod. This may be NSFW for some of it. That's why I did like the skins and stuff off stream, but we're on stream now, so. And it's not like YouTube is paying me, so I kind of don't give a shit. Common Core, auto-ticked, body slots. These are important. Slot 53 for the body. Women body is going to be vanilla. Men's body, we're going to choose SOS. Because while we don't have himbo, it says it requires SOS. Just, again, follow the madness. And then both these options here for EVG conditional idles, because we have, and we do have I4 thick. I think we have, but I'm not sure. Install it. So there's your nude engine. And then this is Lexy's consistency patch for nude, version 101. In optionals, which I have not downloaded yet, 101. I believe the last one was 1. Right there. Okay. We are on to part 9. Sound improvements, effects, and voice overrides. We're getting through a lot of this today. The nice thing was that you guys got to see all the NPC setup. You got to see it done. And then I literally just, the stuff you missed was like skeletons, animations, like things that are like really, really simple. It's not, there was nothing in there that was super complicated that I feel like even a novice would have had questions about. It's pretty straightforward. Do this, install this, make sure it's this file, you know. So we are on acoustic space improvements 133 plug-in version, and then the patch for Saints and Seducers. Not the Skypatcher version, because of course they're versioned the same, right? We want the plug-in version. And it's under MISC. And we want the, there's two of them, you have to be careful here. Patch for Extended Cut. Not for Creation Club, because they're like right there and they're lettered the same. And they're the same version, which throws people off. Okay. So in the installer, let's continue. We want no options for farming in Saints and Seducers. Make sure this is unticked. Option says right there. Patches, select nothing. Thank you. Install it. The NPC Dialogue Audio Enhancer 101. This goes in all my setups. Solid mod. The Falmer Sounds, The Betrayed, version 3. One of the few Sata Phoenix mods that don't sound like garbled junk. The rest of them sound like they're completely manufactured, and I can't stand it. This is fantastic for Werewolf. Heart of the Beast, version 3.2. Okay. That's it. We covered the core audio stuff earlier. These were just improvements. What do we have now? Survival. Needs and survival. Campfire. Version hasn't changed. Main file. No BSA extraction. Campfire collectible deadwood and branches. This is fantastic too. Version 1.2. This is a base object swap mod. Oh, only main file. Okay. It's a WizKid mod. Options. What do we have? Vanilla for the mod version. And that's it. Okay. Because we're not using 3D trees and plants and TB's 3D driftwood. Which I've used before, which I think look pretty good. But we don't have this mod installed in the guide, so it's vanilla. Tent Pitcher, Campfire plugin. I think this is new for me. Pockets full of bees. Alright, version 1.12. Oh, no, I have. Okay. And then, of course, Frostfall. 341, main file. That hasn't changed. No BSA extraction. And then we've got the unofficial patch that Stag did for both these, Campfire and Frostfall. Absolutely needed. The unofficial update. Then we have a Campfire script optimization version 1. Main file. Again, when you see it overwrite, if you're ever curious, you can always click and go to your conflicts to see like what file, what script, what mesh, what texture. Frostfall Seasons version 1.5. Main file. Download. Then we have the Frostfall spell monitored, optimized. Mid-save compatible, 1.1. Main file. What's up, Hybrid? Ugh. Hybrid says ugh. No, you're not forced to use survival. They're just... Because they're installed doesn't mean they're... Like, you still have to activate Frostfall. You still have to activate Sunhelm. You could do so in the MCM, or you can activate Frostfall by looking up at the sky at night. You don't have to use them. Not a good day for you. That's not good. I hope it gets better. It will. You popped in here. You're going to sit back and relax and watch me make a fool of myself modding. See? It's better already. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't like base survival mode, but I gotta say, for me right now, I think it's a toss-up between Frostfall and survival mode improved. The add-on for that is actually really, really good. And I know Frostfall's never going to be yoinked from here for that, but like if they ever did it, I wouldn't be unhappy. Like you'd have a bunch of users coming in that are like throwing their arms up, jumping for joy, and you'd have a bunch of users crying tears into their keyboards. For me, it doesn't matter. I think they're equally as good. Now, regular survival mode sucks. I don't know why anybody uses it. I mean, unless you can't mod on Sony and you're playing on a PlayStation. I think they're the only people that actually use base survival mode. Because I think no, Xbox too. But Frostfall is available for Xbox. So is Campfire. You only need the stuff for the MCM, so they can't be adjusted. Yeah, so they combined. So Sunhelm's combined. Frostfall is for the cold and survival, and Sunhelm is for the needs. And I feel like that's one of the nicest combinations. They've had it in the guide for so long. It's pretty much commonplace for me. And I do think it shines over even survival mode improved. But again, like I said, if they swapped over, I wouldn't mind it. All right. Vampire Fix. Version 110, main fix. And then we're going to also grab the, I think this is what, an ESL main file? Yeah. So we're getting rid of that. And then yep, there it is. Just EFL's, ESL is the plugin. Elsopus Campfire HD 2K. It's down here. 2K Campfire. You have to scroll. You may be tempted. You may say 2K Campfire and download it and not know this is for the clean water skin. This is for the actual campfire. Such is life in the modding world, yes. Got rid of that Form 44 error. For what? What had Form 44? Something you were doing? I see, everybody that does like a series, if you've ever noticed, if you go to YouTube, they all use survival elements. Look back to Gopher's stuff. All his characters used Frostfall and survival elements. And everybody else that's large, that's done major like plays, they've all had some type of like needs or something that slowed them down. Whether it was for like content viewability or for themselves for roleplay reasons. There's a good reason why these mods exist. Because otherwise you're just racing through the game that we've all played for, what, 15 years? That gets boring. It's fun to like slow down and sit at a campfire and eat some food. Let me just re-up Twitch here. Alright, what are we going? We did Alsopa's Campfire. Oh, an animation mod? Yeah. Well, I mean, MO2 will scream at you. It'll say, yeah, Form 43. You should never have a Form 43 mod in Special Edition. That's just like the authors that ported them over. Some of them just didn't know about the form, but I think most of them knew. And most of them were lazy. They just didn't fucking fix it. So, what do we got? The MISC Embers XD Campfire Patch 1.3. This is that top file here. Download. Absolutely needed, by the way. And now we have Sunhelm version 3.1.4 by Colin's Wrath. Main file here. Download. We got a couple options here. Yep. Yeah, we do. I like Sunhelm. Obviously, Sunhelm is ticked. Extra options. Disable the cold, because we're doing Frostfall. We want the Campfire skill tree. We want diseases. For Skyrim Essies, the platform. Patches, obscures college. And Easy Wheel. Worm's Tooth Re, we do not have anything for Worm's Tooth. That is it. That's all we got. Install. Do not extract the BSA. You'll see we have now a bunch of Sunhelm mods. Or plugins. Sunhelm and CACO refill water skins. Declutter cooking menu. This is version 1. Is this the only file? Nope, but it's really easy to find. Second main file. Skysa? Oh yeah, that's like an outdated animation setup. There's better stuff out there than that. It's like a whole like framework that's buggy as fuck. And I believe all that stuff was like on Patreon for the longest time. Or is still. Yeah, I consider it outdated animations. It's like combat gameplay overhaul. I think the only reason people still use that is because you could put 2 great swords in, like one in each hand, and it just looks fucking stupid. Yeah, working good for you now, but did we get the refill? We did. Alright, Sunhelm compatibility patches 1.1. And what do we have in the options here? Interesting NPCs, Falscar, Worm's Tooth, Moonpath to Elsewhere, and the Forgotten City, Riften Docks Overhaul, and Inigo. Yep, they're all ticked. Mihal's. I'm going to make a push to get Mihal's. Like, he's got like an AIO of all his creatures. I used it on my personal setup with sick Skyrim immersive creatures, and they play beautifully together. And his monsters are just fantastic additions to Skyrim. A few things would probably have to go, but I mean, it doesn't really. It might need some tweaking for like the difficulty, like the levels of the creature. But that's it. That's real easy stuff to do. All right, nothing on this last page. Install. Mini patches. What do we got? We have the Sunhelm. ETAC modular wells add-on. So let me go down here. Sunhelm ETAC modular version 1. And I'm going to drop the name down and name it as such. Okay, let's look at the instructions for Darkwater Crossing, Dawnstar, and Kinesgrove, and install. And that's going to patch up those 3 with the wells. What do we got? Patches for Sunhelm and CCARA. The nice thing about these is that they're the only file. We have Waterborne Disease for Sunhelm, 101. Main file, download. No extraction of the PSA. Surprised that one had it. Great Cowl of Nocturnal Sunhelm patch. Optional. 1.2. Right here. And this needs an associated cleaning. Gray Cowl, Sunhelm, so let's run it through the quick clean. There it is. 4 ITMs. Here's one that really slows you down. I never use it, but I've seen a lot of folks use this. Keep it clean. This has some TGA files in it as well, unfortunately. All right, keep it clean, version 3.15a, which is the update. So 3.15 and 3.15a. You want the main file, the bathing extended, right? Yep. And then the update, shorter animation. And we are not unpacked. Does this have a BSA? It does. Why do they not capitalize their stuff? Keep it clean. We have no Bruma, none for Falscar, none because we don't use Realistic Water 2. CACO, we want a compatibility patch for that. Nothing for Hunterborn. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I use EMB or reshades for the dirty textures, yes. We got third-person thoughts point of view for your own thoughts. The Redguard bathroom crash fix, we want it. And I do not use a controller or never face teleport issues. And we can install that. Oh, there is no BSA. Okay, cool. Then that makes the update file even better because it's just some scripts. Let's see. Let's open up the removal tool. We'll paste in the TGA stuff. How many of them are there? Just 1, 2? Get at the wrong fucking thing here. Just the 1. And then Keep It Clean has 3 ITMs. Keep it clean. All right. See, like even doing it like this, narrating, you could still go through it really quick. If you guys are worried about how long the install is going to take, it's just, do you have the time to sit down and do it? You know. So like with me, you know, working and everything, I have a little less time. And then, you know, with, you know, having, you know, a little bit of a social life here and there, aside from, you know, when it's freezing cold like today, hey, we're up to 17 degrees now. This is the warmest it's been in like 2 days. But I still have time to sit down and do it. I even have time to sit down and stream it. So we're not that far off. All right, new dirt and blood textures for Keep It Clean. We want the 2K version, and this is file 1.6. .2K version 1.6. Right here. This also has a little installer. So I just take my time with this and note, read. We want version 3 universal right there. MCM bonus and thank you is nothing, and that's it. So choose your installation. Whatever version 3 is. That's what we're taking. No other instructions for that? Good. Our widget add-on for Keep It Clean bathing. Dirt and blood. Version 1 1.7.2. You can see how old these mods are. I mean, it's not like these are new mods, but this combination is pretty nice. None of the above, because we're not using any of that stuff. But we do need the widget. So, if you're curious, it's an SWF file. There are some scripts and the script source folders. There you go. All right. And then Legacy Safehouse Bathroom Patch, version 1.0.1 by Evertiro. This is in the miscellaneous section of Keep It Cleaner. Version 101, there it is. Cool. Just keep it like that. And this has, this also needs to be cleaned. Nine UDRs. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Safe house. Keep it clean. Bathroom patch. There we go. Undeleted references. And we have a Keep It Clean for Obscures College patch. Version 1. Main file. This also needs a good cleaning because it's dirty. I'm sensing a theme here. It's very identical to master records. I think these authors like to be dirty. Be out of my third bottle of water today. All right, 3 ITMs cleared. Bam! Nothing else? We're rolling right along. 1,228 mods. We are on our gameplay section. Copy. All right, we got Completionist. Skyrim Completion Tracker with the NG version 4.1.0.8. Main file. Right there. Bam. 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 With the full mod. Alright, Completionist. We're looking at the default main patch for fishing script. Configure profiles is going to be default. Please read. Just understood. You don't need to tick any of that stuff. That's it. Okay. And then the Completionist add-ons, version 207, main file. Right there. Download. Okay. Completionist add-ons. Are we adding everything? Let's see here. Armors, books, clothing, jewelry, journals, notes, misc, recipes, spell tomes, treasure maps, and weapons. Okay, make sure they're all... Whoa. Creation Club. We have fishing, pets, and... Oh, I see what it is. So I'm going to go through this. Alright, mods A. So Lexy's condensed it up here. So in mods A, just make sure you match up the category to the category. We want Amulets of Skyrim, which is ticked, and Apocalypse, which we don't have in yet. So tick that, and then Artifacts. Then we're going to go, this is going to be mods B, so I'm changing page. We're not changing the page here. We have Bad Gremlins Collection. That's the only one. Make sure nothing else is ticked that doesn't need to be. Mod C is going to be Cloaks of Skyrim. There we go. Mods D, Dawnguard Arsenal and Depths of Skyrim. Mod E has nothing. Make sure nothing is ticked. Mod F, Falscar only, right there. Mods G, nothing. So just make sure nothing's ticked. Mods H, Heavy Armory, Helgen Reborn. Mods I, we have Immersive Armors, which we've installed, but this doesn't get auto tick. So this is one that you can't rely on these things to always recognize. So if you're following the guide, just make sure you aren't flying through it. Innocence Lost and Interesting NPCs. Mod J, even though we have Jace's Swords, this does not get ticked. K is Konarik's Accoutrements only. And then Mod L is Legacy, so there's probably going to be a bunch. We want Legacy, cards, we want coins, we want fossils, we want the excavation sites, we want maps, gemstones, archaeology, shells, Lunar Guard Armory, and that is it. Awesome. Mods M. We have more silver and Dwemer kitchenware. We have Moon and Star and Moonpath to Elsewhere. Mods N, Nilheim. That's it. Mods O, Oblivion Artifact Pack and Odin, Magic of Skyrim, which we don't have yet, but we will. We have mods P, nothing. Q is Quaint Raven Rock. It's the only file here. Make sure it's ticked. R, we have Rin Skyrim. Rin's Snazzy Last Vigil, because they did a tweak for this one. We want Relic Hunter and Royal Armory New Artifacts. On to mods S. Extended Cut, Saints and Seducers, and Skyrim Unique Treasures. Make sure nothing else is ticked. We have T, The Forgotten City, The Grey Cowl of Nocturnal, and Teldrin Sirius. U should have nothing. V has Volkihar Knight. W has Worm's Tooth. X is a placeholder. There's nothing for X and Y. And Z is Zim's Immersive Artifacts. That was exhaustive, but that was cool that like we didn't have to switch page to page to page. I could just hit next here. That was very handy. All right. Let me close the foam mod just so I have a little bit more room to work. Let's install this. These are all your add-ons. These are all any files, by the way. If you take a look. These are all the text files. So, problem. Archaeology any and archaeology text do not get installed. Manually extract. Okay. So let me try this. SKSE. Actually, let me do it a different way. Let's do it through the any files. Can I do it like this? No, must have to. You know, I'm not even seeing them. Legacy cards, coins. Am I looking right at archaeology and not seeing it? Yeah, they're not here. All right, so I'm a little confused with this now. For the add-ons. Problem. Legacy Archaeology Any and Legacy Archaeology.txt do not get installed. I don't see them here at all. Let's see here. Oh, so I'm reading it wrong. They don't get installed. Manual extract archive. I think this is the one that fooled me the last time. Well, here, let's do this. Try it this way. All right. Let's read it this way. This is a new. Let me minimize MO2 for just a second. Files. Let's look in here. All right, here we go. Here's the archaeology. So you have to like, okay. You have to manually, because even if you tick it, manually extract them. So we'll put these two files right here. That's manually extracting. I'm going to minimize this. Let's go back to MO2. We're going to open this in Explorer. Try and keep them as best I can. Place Legacy Any in. It's going to be completionist add-ons. So SKSE plugins, completionist data, add-ons. Okay, that makes sense. So here's the Any. Copy to add-ons. There it is. Same thing with translations. All right, that's easier than I thought. So that sort of, I think that could be better. Like, it should say you manually download, because if you manually extract it, you still have to manually download the mod. Okay. Delete. Delete. Are we good now? What's F5 for this? We'll just double check it. The Any. There it is. There it is. The text. Legacy Archaeology text. There it is. And working. We are good to go. Cool. So that's something that can confuse people. It confused even me. Right? I'm sure there's some folks that have done this and, like, it's super easy. But when they were saying manually extract, I'm thinking, all right, well, I know it didn't get installed, but I chose the option. Maybe I can take it out and move it. You have to re-download a separate mod. So you want it installed in MO2, and then you're going to manually down. So you're downloading this one twice, and then you're getting rid of the other one. So now we don't need this. We can delete that. Cool. All right. What is my uptime here? 4.5. I think we're pretty good. Okay. All right, config auto lock picking 1.2 main file. Got roleplay counter zones, Dr. Farm Dog mod, fantastic version 1. And the remove startup quests 101. Yep. Main file. What do we got? We have custom. So choose custom. And what are we removing the startup for? Bad Gremlins, Cathedral Weathers, Deadly Dragons, Frostfall, IC, Keep It Clean, Moonlight Tales, Sunhelm, and Wildcat, and none for any combination, and install. We don't use OBIS or the patrols. So this should be, is this a bunch of them? Yep. So. And sensible sleepwalking. We could put the nearest Allmaker stone. Weird. ESL flagged. All right. On to magic, spells, and enchantments. Let me do this. I am going to take another bit of a break because I need more water. Just because of the talking. Let me put up another BRB, guys. Phone will be on like always. Otherwise, enjoy the music, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. We are back. Let's see. Where we start on the magic section? Magic, spells, and enchantments. Yep. All right. Yeah. What's up? Nobody. Welcome in. Yeah, I hope everybody else who's been joining me for this. Obviously, when I go on break, feel free to do whatever. I mean, you can feel free to do whatever you want anyway. But yeah, definitely a good time to get up and stretch and all that stuff. It's making me, now that I'm looking at this version 1 of No Quest startups. I just want to see version 101. That's weird. Is it because of... Oh, because War Turtle forgot to... Yeah, so there's the... If you're ever wondering, like, why the versions changed, your version up here may say 101, the version here may say 101, but when you look in MO2, it may say 1. It's for that reason. Well, 1.0.1, there, fixes it. And that puts us... Not that I ever worry about this, but a lot of people do. Yeah, there's some people that can't play the game without all these being green, or they freak the fuck out. I have OCD, right? And this doesn't bother me, but like, I get it. I totally get it. So I was looking at that as I was coming back in. I'm like, that shouldn't be 1. We just did that mod. Who popped in? Nobody. I said hi to you. Welcome in. We are modding. Let me throw the music back. Back on. We'll do another song. All right, we're at magic section. So guiding light. This is a clairvoyance. Like it's a change. It actually makes it into like a wisp. Like this. So instead of the clairvoyance spell, you get a little wisp that comes out. The way that I've seen it with this is a pretty cool mod. Because Parapets does some pretty good stuff. However, if you have like multiple quests active, this tends not to work. Which, clairvoyance also really wouldn't work either. But the wisp tends to like get stuck because it acts like one of the wisps in Ingle Barrow. It just kind of like hangs around instead of doing this. So, version 232. Main file, Clairvoyance Reimagined. Having problems with Campfire, and I still need Nemesis or Pandora for TK Jobs. Yeah, just you can install. I recommend Pandora myself. Just install it. It's the placement doesn't really matter. Same with Nemesis. You could literally put that anywhere in your load order, and it's going to be the only mod that does what it does. The reason I say Pandora is because it automatically gives you the Finis ESP that you need for compatibility, whereas with Nemesis and Finis itself, it doesn't get you don't get that plugin until you physically generate it. So like, say a guiding light here was the Pandora mod. Inside the file tree, you would see fnis.esp. But that's well before you even, run the tool itself. What's Campfire doing for you? Like, what's the problem with the Campfire mod? I'm just going along. I'm gonna patch this. Guiding light. This is for Grey Cowl. Should be the only one. So when I start a game, it gives me tag isn't set messages. You didn't install the LE Campfire, did you? Are you able to show me a screenshot of what it looks like? Tag isn't set. I don't think I've ever seen that. All right, what do we got? Odin 313. And I believe we've got the Odin Ordinator patch version 3. Yep. No BSA extraction for Odin. And Apocalypse, the big boy. 10.2.2. I think this got updated. Yep. 10.2.2. What else are we getting here? The Ordinator patch 10.0.1. Which is now not here. Main file, okay. So let's go back. Let me grab my handy dandy link. Paste it. We want your file ID here. And 10.0.1 is going to be inspected. And what do we have here? Data ID is 624682. We just copy that. I'm also going to put this up in the install. Okay. So Apocalypse, we'll just install it. No unpacking of the BSA. And did I download this or no? I don't think I did. Let's start the download. And there's the download. Beautiful. No to that as well. So you don't have a screenshot. Campfire does take me to Special Edition though. Combat mod that works well with Wildcat. Valhalla Combat. These two feel like they were made for each other. It requires TrueHUD, but I mean everybody uses TrueHUD today, so there you go. That's my recommendation. And it's how Lexy's got her set up too. I set up my own pretty similar. Now, if you're talking combat animations, like you want something that's flashy, YouTube would be the place to plug that in, or maybe do Google and hope that they give you some YouTube links to take a look. But as far as like synergy goes, I mean, you could probably use Valhalla with Smilodon too. All right, what do we got? Apocalypse. We got Silmane's Spell Sentinel Auto Dispel. So this is kind of like the Alcado's Auto Dispel, but because Enei changed the name, there you go. Version 1.2.1. Main file. Okay, we have a little mini installer here. What do we got? Apocalypse only. No extra options, because We don't need this. Okay. This is a super useful spell. Like as soon as combat ends, any active effects on you get dispelled. It's like if you had the glow effect from, I think the glow FX mod, or you've got say like a cloak, like an elemental destruction cloak on, like a flame cloak. Instead of letting it burn while you walk through Riften, not attacking people, once combat ends, it dissipates, and then you can walk through the main gate like a normal mage. Or stuff for like warriors and things like that. It's so useful, so useful. And then we've got the optimized scripts for Apocalypse, and then the same thing for the Apocalypse Ordinator patch. So versions 1.1.1 for the main, 1.1 or 1 version 1 for the Ordinator patch. These are just script enhancements. Nice little additions too. Right. Thaumaturgy and Enchanting Overhaul. I really can't wait until we go back to Summer Mist. I can't stand Thaumaturgy. Personal opinion. Version 1.4.5. The Summer Mist update is really nice. The newest one. We want the weapon enhancement XP tweak. Thaumaturgy like really limits you with stuff you could put on. Some of the good enchantments that you were able to get, even if your enchanting's at 100 plus, it like gimps it so much that it's like you wonder why I started playing mages. It's because it's sometimes not even worth it for me to throw the enchantments on there. Arguably, Summer Mist is way better anyway. Of course, I'm biased. The frig. This file here. Version 1.1. So no to extraction. Okay. The Bound Daedric Armor, version 2.2. Main file. We're also going to grab the Daedric Armor Crash Fix, version 1. This should be the only file here. Yep. Download. Oh. There we go. Get a couple at a time here. We got the Beast Race helmets for Bound Daedric, version 1.2. Main file here. Download. Summer Mist is better than Thaumaturgy. I would rather nothing than Thaumaturgy. Not a fan. I don't like, see, the guide's like starting to mix and match like Enirim, which it's pretty much always had, I think. And then you're like taking a step back with these things because these are like real vanilla plus stuff. But you've got a mega guide with with Legacy of the Dragonborn and mega overhauls. But then something like this, like if you play like a pure mage, like this really gimps you with options as well. It's not just like the magnitude, but like Summer Mist has physically so many more options. Oh, don't be sorry for asking. I don't mind explaining. I just don't like that mod. So with Pandora, do I just install like it? Yep, same as you would with Nemesis. Same as you would with Fours. Install it, add it as an executable, follow the directions on the mod page, and you should be fine. I did it the first time. On my last character, it's the first time I used it, installed it, and it runs like in a split second. You'll have all your animations patched together like in half a second. Whereas like I think Nemesis takes like 21 seconds to generate. This is literally like less than a second. It's beautiful. Plus, you like the interface is just so much nicer, and it only detects like the mods that you have installed plus what it comes with. So it'll like automatically select them. You could deselect all of them, or you could deselect or reselect one at a time. But you'll only ever see the stuff that you have. Mountain fishing pole is always a manual download for some reason. Don't know why. It just is. Alright, we got simple bound weapons expansion. 1.2. And we have the immersive sounds patch, which is optional. What version is that? It doesn't say. Also 1.2. Alright. Now, this is the actual Mystic Condenser. This is the one we're going to be using. So, this is the, it's an optional. It should be at the bottom. The UCE version, which I'm not really sure what that stands for. Maybe we'll find out. Not the AIO. Yeah, bottom of optionals, not old. Version 2.3. Ultimate Compatibility Edition. Only places one Mystic Condenser token in the Warden's chest in Helgen. Added recipes to create potions of well-being. Okay. Cool. Mystic Condenser. I never fully used the Mystic Condenser, but I do appreciate this mod. I'm sure at some point I'll use it. And this is beautiful. This everybody should have this in their setup. This no disarm, unequip instead, for like when you get shouted at by Draugr and dragons that knock you over that disarm you. Or they use shouts that do this. Instead of your item clipping through the world and you losing it forever, having to F9 restart, it just becomes unequipped. Which, I mean, you could still get killed, right? But you don't have to reload your game. No requirements either, but there is a Ordinator patch. Funny enough. So if you're not using Lexys, there you go. No BSA extraction for you. Okay. Now we are on our soul trap management. We are rolling through these categories today. Let me just look at my plugins. We're over 1,253 total. I hate when that happens too. You read Ultimate Combat alongside. Yeah, I think the guide actually used to use Ultimate Combat, but that got nixed when Valhalla became a thing. Ultimate Combat, it's viable. Just make sure you have patches for like your dragons, because the dragons are going to need Ultimate Combat patches. Your creatures are probably going to need it. Whereas Valhalla is pretty streamlined and straightforward. I couldn't tell you which one's better. I could tell you that I'm more used to how it is now with Valhalla. Even on my own personal setups, I run this combo. But yeah, Ultimate's what the guide here used before Valhalla was a thing. Alright, yet another Soul Trap Manager. We want the main file. Version what, 3? 3.0? Yeah. So this is like replaces Gist for your soul traps. So we want both these for the MCM, and then we want the release anniversary edition, not the pre, right? And nothing for the scripts. Okay. We want the Black Star can store white souls, and Black Soul Gems can store white souls. Then we want Rare Curios, Saints and Seducers. Nothing for other, because you can't choose anything. And then Rustic Soul Gem. So this auto detects what you've got because we chose this option with Rustic and ISC for the patch. It's going to detect it here first. We can't take anything else. If you don't see this option, that means this mod you installed it wrong, and go back and reinstall it. For the Lucian patch, rare curios only, and for Misk we want GDO unticked. I made that mistake before. It's unticked, not ticked, and Inigo, and that's it. Install. This is by far better than Gist, I think. Just as good. This is better. And we've got the Legacy unofficial Soul Trap Manager patch and rare. Okay, so this is the synergy stuff. We're grabbing, let's see, Azura and Black Star variations. 11A is the main file. Azura and Black Star, right there. Optional file. We want the Flawed Varla Stone variations with bolts expanded, but the non-AE version. So with bolts expanded, non-AE version. 11A. And I'm guaranteeing we're going to want the Soul Tomato variation patch 11A. Yeah. Am I right? Yep, I'm right. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really know there was another mod for it or something like that until I saw this one. Where is it here? Yeah, no disarm it's called. Let's just type in, if we just type in the word disarm, see what pops up. There's only 16 mods with that. So if you view them all by downloads, Andrelaceous has a disarming overhaul. Overhauls how the disarming effect works. This might do something similar. Disarming Trez is different. And then here you go. By Foxbox. No player disarms from Valkyrie. This is the Ordinator patch for that. Because if you're not running the guide, you probably want this. Oh no, this is 4 years ago. Yeah, maybe. Although I don't think this has a requirement. Let me see here. I mean, you don't really need it. You might just have to load this after Ordinator. That's it. That could be the thing. If for some reason Ordinator gets loaded lower than this, just swap their placements. Load this, drop this one down in the right pane only. That's it. Yeah, there's not too many mods that do that. Paralysis, disarm, and knockdown immunity. Yeah, so this is then disarming sword break. Yeah. All right, so there's a bunch of other stuff in here. This one's probably good. I would like to. Requires the script extender. All right. It's got what, 10 patches? Yeah, so you get a little notification. The overhaul, I don't think it gives you the notification. Your hands become, unburdened from your weapons and shield or staff or whatever you're carrying, daggers, bow, etc. All right. Immersion? Everybody's favorite word for Skyrim. Followed very closely by lore-friendly-esque. Bunch of fucking lies. I've been meaning to ask, why are you making a new load order again? Was the old one? No. I was on my personal setup. The character had come to the end of where I considered him to be the end of. And it was mainly just because I wanted to see like how it played. So it wasn't this at all. It was my own personal setup, which I'm looking to put on Wabbajack. So it had a lot of things that this Lexy's doesn't have, like full physics. Um, it doesn't have the entire NPC section. Um, my graphics are entirely different. Weather's entirely different. E and B is like all the animations are completely different. Gameplay is completely like it's not like it's a fork of this whatsoever. It's the thing I've been working on for the last 7 or 8 years on PC, and I'm really really happy with it. This particular version, I would normally have probably run Requiem, but I was running Ordinator with Enai's Manaz and Freyr, which I am absolutely in love with, and it's going to be the way that I probably put it up on Wabbajack when I do, because I love that combination. I think it's great, and there's no other Wabbajack with those, as far as I know. There might be. I don't care if I'm the first, but like, I feel like the graphics in the game, like we're playing at 1440p with 3D LODs and full grass cache with an ENB, and you're gonna be at least at 100 frames plus. I was regularly at like 120 to 135 frames outside. It plays that well together. I really wanted to do it with the community shaders, and I think I'll still leave the community shaders section there for those who want to switch back and forth. Like, if there's, because I'm not doing two Waba forks, one for one for the other. They can pick and choose. But the community shaders actually underperformed. Like it dropped me like my average frame rate by 30 frames. So I was completely unimpressed. Having used the shaders before many times, whatever the current version that got before this last update, it just was terrible. Maybe this version fixed it. I don't know. But all I know is I went back to E&B. We got a good E&B. And it looks absolutely gorgeous, and it plays like you're not even using an E&B. That's how good it was. Yeah, it's my personal. I have my personal setup on my desktop here, and I have it on a thumb drive. It's in Magus setups, specifically the 2026. So I have all my files and everything in there. The question is, will I do a fork for Requiem? Probably not. I think I'm going to move away from Requiem in favor of the Manaz and Freyr combo, because I feel it's just amazing. The thing is, now I'd like to put in some quest mods. I'll probably throw Undeath in. That's definitely going in. I don't know if I'll put Legacy of the Dragonborn in. I don't think I will. There's too many lists out there that already utilize it. But I'll work in some of the other bigger quest mods. Like, we'll probably see Bruma installed in that. We will probably see things like the Forgotten City, the Great Cowl of Nocturnal. The newest version of that will probably get put in. I'll try and do like one for each like stereotype character, like one that a good warrior would follow, one that an evil mage would follow. Great Cowl for like a thief style character or rogue, but plus other stuff, you know. Yeah, but I always switch back and forth. Yeah, so Lexy's is the link that I have here. This is to her guide, and that's what I'm installing now. And I'm doing this so I can archive this on my YouTube for anybody who wants to follow along with me installing. That's it. All right. Dynamic Things Alternative, BOS, version 0.4. Main file? No, did we get an update? 0.41. There's 0.4. Or is it? Yep, it is. Version specific. So it says main file, but we got an update here. What's in 0.41 out of curiosity? Make the fake fish poll player only. I have no idea what that is. Not that it matters. I'd probably safe on the current version. But we're going with what the guide states. So, Fishing creation ticked. Cool. Hidden Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary entrances, 103, and then the Majestic Mountains patch. Okay. And the Elder Scrolls Legends loading screens, tweaks, and add-ons. We're going to grab the Vigorous file 1.7 in old files, because we've already grabbed this. And it's at the bottom here. So this will be like all of your options. So you'll see this in a second. Tweaks and add-ons. It's going to auto tick 1.7 because that's what we have. And then 16:9 aspect ratio. We want 50% frequency. And what do we have? We have tweaks. Select nothing. So untick this. I've messed that up before where I left that. Main. We have Apocalypse. We have Imperious. We have Legacy of the Dragonborn. And we have Wildcat. These all add in their own load screens. And this patches this with this Elder Scrolls Legends mod. And then install. So if you see here, we've got a bunch of them. Add-ons. Pretty cool. And now we get to our lighting. Lighting should always be at the end. Or close to the end. When we had Lux, it was the same way. Notice Embers is above. There is going to be a rare occasion where you're going to need the Embers to overwrite. But this particular setup is not one. Well, yeah, I'm building it for play as well, but I'm also doing the physical installation. I've streamed everything and I've archived it all over on my YouTube channel. Now, of course, by the time the next guide update comes around, all that stuff on my YouTube is probably going to be obsolete, but it's for anybody who wants to like follow along. And since I don't make videos and I'm not just like robotically going from like one to the next, you get some like candid commentary. Some egregious opinions from me. And just general modding stuff. That's all. And I have fun doing it like this too. I actually enjoy the installation process and the modding. Especially when I do my own. It's way more fun when I do my own, but I like following along with Lexy's. So ELFX 306. This was a mod that everybody said, not to clean, not to clean. But hey, there's ITMs. Fucking clean your mod. Because we've ditched Lux. We've gone back to the nice, warm, interior glow of ELFX. For main ambience, you want none, and select nothing for exterior. However, if you're ever unsure of a weather mod and you're running ELFX, ELFX does have its weathers here. And it's not bad. You can't have all the fancy add-ons like some of the newer weathers have, but if you've never used this and you want to give something give something new a try, it's right here in the file. There may be a loose file of it floating around on Nexus too, but there you go. And then there's the exteriors. So if you wanted something like Lux Orbis version of ELFX, there it is. The guide still uses Lux Orbis, so none of these get ticked. Yeah, the weather mod's not bad. We want the spin meshes and lanterns, and nothing for the patches, and nothing for optionals, and install. Beautiful. Should just be one file here. We're going to run it through the quick clean. There it is. And then, of course, the shadows add-on. How many ITMs? 2? Let's see if it gets 2. Or is it going to jit me? No, it got him. There we go. Remember, you used to have to manually edit ELFX. Alright, version 152 of Shadows. Shadows also has a faux mod, and it also needs cleaning. So we have the main plugin. Nothing for ambience. We're not using the enhancer with this. You'll see why. It's trust me, it's dark enough without this enhancer. And nothing for exterior because we're not using it, and no parallax meshes. So the shadows add-on. Note to the BSA, right? And we're going to run ELFX Shadows because it has 5 identical to master records. There it is, right in the middle. Got all 5. There we go. Now we have the official patch hub. So I'm going to do something a little bit different with this, and I'm going to show you why. I'll show you the right way to do it, and then I'm going to show you my way. You want version 110 for the patch hub, which should be the main file. 110. And then the unofficial patch update, which is 110B, right here in update. Now normally, as per the guide, you merge the update file into the main file. However, let me just show you this. You've got a pretty decent size patch hub here. So if you mess up and you go to reinstall, it's going to reinstall as if you're just installing the unofficial patch only. You're going to have to go back in here, you're going to have to find this, then you're going to have to replace it. And because this guide works on asset orders, it's not good. Now I'll do it the right way, but I'll show you how I do it at the end. Right? So for the miscellaneous, we want Quaint Raven Rock and the unofficial patch. Next page. Rudy H, because these are non-automated. HQ Nordic Ruins, because we were running that. Nothing else. So we have the JK's Interior series and the Great Cities and Towns series. Now, this is where it gets a little confusing. If you've got many of these, this can be daunting. There's 3 that we don't have. We don't have JK's Dragon's Reach, Yorvaskar, or the Sleeping Giant. But make sure they match up. So Arcadia's Cauldron, we have Bellathor's, we have Candlehearth, we have the new Nissus Corner Club, we have the Palace of the Kings, we have Sadri's Wares, Temple of Kinnereth, Temple of Talos, the Bannered Mare, the Drunken Huntsman, the Ragged Flagon, the Temple of Mara, War Maidens, and the White Phial. Next page. Great City of Rorikstead is ticked. The enhancer is nothing because we don't use it, and we're going to install it. So when you go to your plugins, of course, well, you're going to have a bunch of ELFX plugins, right? So the proper way to do it, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm actually going to keep the name the same, and I'm going to merge, as the guide says, because this is adding in the unofficial patch. Why this is not part of this, or maybe it's the update. Yeah, why they never actually added that update into this, I have no idea. What you could do as well is you could do this, and you could do something like USSEP update. So it's different, right? And then this will place it under here, but this patch, which is down here, will completely overwrite it. Okay? Because let's just say you had to reinstall this. it's much easier to right click and hit reinstall because then it brings you back. And as you can see, we've got the reminder, so it remembers like which choices I ticked. The orange means you need to tick it, so I could just go back. Those are ticked. Hey, all those are ticked. That's ticked, and that doesn't get ticked. But I'm going to cancel this. But see how easy that is? So we'll merge it normally because that's how the guide does it. But for those large ones, you could place it underneath and it won't hurt anything because that plugin replaces the one that that's right above it. That's all. See how I moved it? It was here somewhere. Now it's down here. Okay. And then shadows my patches. That's a weird version. 2025 620. That's probably the date, right? Maybe not. 2025 620. Fixes to. Okay. Let's see what files are in here. ELFX shadows. My patches. So info, load order. Wow. Well, these are always fun, right? Andrelphus the 8th. Nothing. Great City of Winterhold V4. Ticket. Nothing here. And then Gutma. Nothing. Although we do have some snazzy stuff. We don't have the individual stuff. For the JK mods, we want ELFX Shadows, Mistveil Keep, Bee and Barb, the Winking Skeever, Angeline's Aromatics, Ardenleaf and Sons. We got JK Bits and Pieces. We have Elgrim's Elixirs. Yep. Radiant Raiment. Yep. Hag's Cure. Yep. Temple of the Divines. Yep. Temple of Dibella. Yes. Then we have Helga's Bunkhouse. Yes. And the JK Ragged Flagon Fix. Yes. Okay, so these all are good. Just double check with them. The rest of this, what do you have? Pop-Tart Juniper, nothing. Snoz, nothing. Spaghetti, nothing. The Ludist, nothing. Make sure nothing else is ticked. All right, next page. Seems to have calmed down a little bit. Add-ons. Shadows, the Tri-Save Fixes, which I'm not really sure what that is, but okay. And then patches for patches. ELFX Shadows, unofficial patch add-on. Yep. Nothing else is ticked. Finish. And because finish is ticked, you also tick finish and install it. ELFX Shadows, JK's Bee and Barb has one UDR. We need to run that through. So I'm actually going to do the filter search for it here because it's a little bit easier. JK's Bee and Barb ESP. What's up, Yoko? Welcome back. I am still online. What's my time? I'm at 5 hours? 3:17. I have some more time. Yeah, there's your UDR. Get yeeted out of here. Awesome. ELFX Hearthfire Light add-on, version 1.1. That's weird. Main file. And then the ELFX lighting overhaul. This is the Bannered Mare ELFX fix. People looked at this and they're like, wait, we already have it, myself included. But it says 101 BM. So that's the file we want. That's right. Yeah, I think Shadris put this up. They hit it. Has issues they're unable to fix. So Should be on guide FAQ. Right here. So there it is. It's going to be a manual download. I'm going to leave it just like that because that's really what it is. So in a case like that, you can always do a search, but it's always best to look in the Discord first. I am playing the full Windswept collection. I bought this, God, back in 2016 when it came out. There's something like 300 songs. And I use a lot of these for my main menus. And I loop it. That's all. And they're all like fantasy style video game stuff. Like a lot of creators in like 2013 through like 2018 always use them in their like videos and stuff like that. But I like the music in general. Feels like it fits right in. And there's actually probably a music overhaul with that on Nexus. But you have to purchase it on what is it? Not SoundHound. Bandcamp. I forget what I paid for it. Something was like $30 or whatever. Worth it. Yeah, they're on YouTube too. He's got a YouTube channel. Spelled the way that it looks. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. Like, it seems like this one here is the YouTube. There's more than just this one. Spelled with the V. That's the icon. Yep. Okay, what are we at? Dynamic interior. So dial 3.9. 3.9. Main file. Does this have a... Yeah, it does. Alright, dial install. Sure. Alright, select your weather mod. They have a bunch of them. We have Cathedral. It auto-ticks it. We have Brighter Nights. Seasonal Weathers Cathedral, we want no. Lux, we want no. Although there's a Lux category. Don't let that fool you. Oh, is that it? Okay, install. Okay, so it's got a few. This is for Via and for Orbis. So Via version 2.2 for the main file. 2.2 main. We're going to get the main update 2.2. Probably the mesh update. Right. I hate when there's multiple update files with the big main like that. Yeah, it is the mesh update. Because they technically can get merged, but you don't need to do that. But with the mod this large, it can be confusing. Oh, I see. It's been condensed down. All right, so everything else that was in here has been thrown into the patch hub. Okay. This is easier then. Resource pack, EMB Lite. And we want the Via Bridges for Blended Roads version. And what are we taking from here? Anything? Nothing. This is easy. Is there a BSA or no? I think there is. So we select no. Now we can merge these two nice and easy. Just a plug-in change. Make sure you say no to the... We're not extracting the BSA. We want regular update. Lexy blended roads, bridges texture. Texture sets has one ITM because of course it does. I think you probably have. It's pretty common. He's been around for a while. But I mean, like, it's just weird to hear, like, some people say, oh, I've heard, like, a couple songs. It's usually the new people that are just getting into Skyrim have no idea what the music is. But yeah, it's what I listen to all the time. I think when I'm modding or doing anything, I'd always listen to this. The Patch Hub 2.2. Oh boy. What? Another SSC edit cleaning? Alright, Via, what are you giving me? Nothing for Arthmore. Good. Nothing for Eleonora. Rin Standing Stones. Nothing for Schlitzer. Nothing for the player house patches. For the town patches, we want Solitude Docks and the Great City of Winterhold V4. Nothing for this, but we do want CFTO for MISC. Darks, we want none. Immersive hold border mods. Hold border fixes. Tick that one and install. That's not too bad. And then the Lux via CFTO. 2 ITMs. Yeah, we're definitely doing a lot more mod SSC edit quick cleaning with this version. The last version I installed didn't have nearly as many. And we have Lux Orbis 4.5. Main file. Download. And we've got a mesh that's going to be removed. Copy. All right. Same thing with Orbis. Okay, meshes for lighting. We want optimized, yes. Solitude static meshes, or SMIM meshes, yes. The Whiterun wall, vanilla well mesh, yes. Lux Orbis and Riften Temple of Mara fixed mesh. Then Iconic Skyforge is no, nothing. For the Lux Orbis Giant Campfires, we want the Embers XD only. And the Embers XD patch for compatibility, yes. Unofficial patch, yes. Untick the modders patch. Darker windows, select nothing. Install. And then you're going to run your removal tool to get rid of that mesh. All right. There it is. Cool. And the Lux Orbis patch hub. 2 files on an update file. Version 4.7, huh? Main file download. What is the update file? Updated Rin Standing Stone patch version 4.6. Okay. So this is a lot of... Wow. Do you see the lag in that FOMOD? It's a big boy here. Alright, fourth unknown. Nothing. Who's that? ACOD? I have no idea who that is. Nothing. Arthborn, nothing. Clef J, nothing. Eleonora, the Skull Village Overhaul. Easy Riders, got nothing. Crampboy 50's got nothing. For the JK mods, again, take your time with these. Only the ones that are ticked over here. So Bannered Mare, Bee and Barb. These, I believe they auto detect, but excuse me, save yourself the hassle. Bee and Barb, Candle Hearth, the Drunken Huntsman. We have Hrothgar. We have Mistvale Keep, Skyhaven Temple. We have Stendar Rising. That is a JK mod. The Windhelm and Windhelm Outskirts and Winking Skeever. Yes. Okay. And then Mandragora Sprouts down here has the Shrine of Azura, Hermaeus Mora, Hirsine, Jiggalag, Mafala. There's Periite, Sanguine, and Sheogorath. Now I'm going to switch pages here and see where this puts me out by Private Eyes. Okay. So that's going to put me here. Tools of Kagernak, ticked. Red Bag has nothing. Then Rins has a few. Again, same thing, only the ones that are ticked. Azura Shrine, Bleak Falls Recovered, Dragon Mounds, Farms, Halted Stream Camp. We have Sarthal. We have the Standing Stones, Valtheim Towers, and the Western Watchtower. Okay, nothing for Schlitzer, nothing for Slimesire, nothing for Snaz, nothing for Sunny Air. We have nothing until Undreal, Quaint Raven Rock, and Eartha. We have the Northern Marsh Bridges and the Windhelm Docks and Pathways, and Better Tell Mithrin at the bottom. Next page. This is why I dislike merging the update files in with the main files, especially when there's multiples. Because you ever have to go back and do this, it could be a nightmare. None for Elysium, none for the player homes. That one's simple. Another big page. There it goes. ETAC. We got Darkwater, Dawnstar, Karthwasten, and Kynesgrove. That's it. Great villages and towns. So here's where it gets tricky. Blue Palace Terrace needs to be unticked. It's ticked by default because you have it in. Great City of Dragonbridge, yes. Morthal, yes. Rorikstead, yes. Winterhold V4, yes. Make sure not this one, but this one. Iverstead, yes. And Shorestone, yes. Then Minor, nothing for inside and outside. Unique Border Gates fixes for Minor. Ancient Winterhold Wall, none. Obscures for the college. Dawnstar, Dragonbridge, Falkreath, Fort Dawnguard, nothing. Markarth gets the City of Stone, and Morthal gets nothing. Wow, next page. And Raven Rock, there's none of these. Riften has Riften Docks Overhaul and Docks Overhaul and JK Pond Prawn. Nothing for Riverwood, nothing for Rorikstead. Solitude. So again, Blue Palace Terrace, untick. Solitude Docks updated, should be the only one. Whiterun, Roastlers Restored Defense, it's the only one. Windhelm, Rin's Farms and JK's Windshelm Outskirts needs to be ticked. It's not, so tick it. Nothing for Winterhold. Next page. Actual next page for me. Wait, was it? Yes. All right. Creation content. Fishing and Saints and Seducers extended. Make sure it's extended and not the original. Quest mods. Finding Helgi and Leylette. Helgen Reborn and Moon and Star. Then for Legacy, it's obviously Legacy. New Worlds is going to be Worm's Tooth. Alternative vanilla content is Alt Perspective. New gameplay content, we're not choosing anything. Although I feel Winter Sun should be in the guide. Because who doesn't use Winter Sun? NPCs is interesting NPCs. For the followers, we have Ori, Remiel, and Selzaz. Nothing for weapon collections, or weapons. For Banner Mist, nothing. Blue Palace Terrace Renewed needs to be ticked. That takes the place of the other Blue Palace that was ticked. The plugins, I believe, are the same. So, Books of Skyrim. ESPFE. Then, let's see. Nothing for the Skyforged, Lost Heritage, Lunar Armory, Old Frolden. Then Unique Border Gates. This gets none. We're not using fixes for this. This is manual install. Valtheim ESL gets nothing. Village of the Skull gets none. Whiterun Horse Statue, select nothing. That's your install for the Orbis Patch Hub. What a pain in the ass. We already have some Orbis mods in here. There we go. Look at all that Lux Orbis. Beautiful. We still have the update file. What was that for? Rins? Rins what? Standing Stones? So it's going to replace this file here. Oh, that hurt to merge. Okay. Usually I don't mess up on these patch hubs. I mess up on the actual mod installs. But they're so daunting that I can see why they'd be intimidating for people. And the ETAC needs to be run through the quick clean. Make sure Blue Palace Terrace and Legacy and Blue Palace Terrace are unchecked. Yes, they are. All right, we'll run the... So we need Lux Orbis ETAC. Dawnstar. Bam. What are we at? 5.5 hours? It's only 3:30 for me, so... And then we have Meridia's, the Meridia Replacer, Lexy's version, 101. Down here, in optional files. If you're curious as to what that is, it's this right here. And what do we got? Mesh patches for Lux and Lux Orbis 171, the main file. Not too bad for this one. Hello. Lux Orbis only. We want this. War Maiden holes. These are the posts outside of War Maiden that have a bad mesh to them. This fixes it. Well, it's caused by Skyrim Object SMIM. Do you need the patch with Orbis? And then the Whiterun stairs. That's it. Awesome. EMB particle lights are a little bit better. These are pretty straightforward. All they do are add some meshes for the lighting, possibly tweak the textures. For Dwemer pipework reworked, this is the optional boiler. So this is version 4C and old. So go down to your old 4C. This one here. Not for version 5. And I'm going to copy this name because it gives you a stupid name. Again, I'm not a fan of the Dwemer pipework rework stuff, but is what it is. The Elytra and Blissbug EMB Light, version 4, the Scrambled Bugs version, because that's what we're using. So there's a non-scrambled bugs and a scrambled bugs. Attach hit effect art must be enabled. So this is one where I'm sure that this version already has it. Okay, yep, it does. Lights for Ethereum shards, version 1. It's the main file. Pretty standard stuff from here on out. Dark Elf Lantern, Animated Glow, version 0.2. Main file. I like to keep the name shorter, and I forgot to do it. So, High Poly Gleam Blossoms, EMB Light version 1.2. So top file here. It's going to be that time where other people are hopping on the internet. You can see it. It's starting to slow things down. And then optimized meshes for EMB lights. You have several files here, so just take them one at a time. Start with the main file. Resources version 1.5. Right here. So we have for the candle flame, default flame effect, instructions, and install. That's it. Okay. Not too bad. Then we have what? The Lux Via Lux Orbis patch 1.3. Right here. Obscures College version 1. Right here. What else do we have? Rudy HQ version 1.4 right below it. Grab it. We have Ruins Clutter. Version 1.4. Be careful, there's a parallax patch. You don't want that one. SD's Horn Candles patch 1.3. Yeah, these are pretty self-explanatory. And then the Snazzy patch. Version 1. As you can see here. Obscures, then Ruins Clutter is actually next, and I messed that up. So I did them out of order. So then Rudy HQ Misk should be the next one. Make sure you change the name. And what do we have? We have the Smim Lanterns and the Jade Shrines. We don't need the table, only the ones that are ticked. So there we go. Okay, then we have the SD Horn Candle Pack. And then we have the Snazzy. Okay. And then this is for the silverware. Version 1. Only file here. Looks good. Rudification, Rudy Candles Expanded 1.14. This mod has a faux mod. I remember this. This one's not so bad. What do we got? We've got the Ruins Candles, default chandelier. We have Jade Shrines. Make sure you tick that. And then we want the Ruin Meshes with particle light nodes. And the chandelier compatible meshes. Next page. Orange red. Not the lime yellow. And you're good. We got EMB lights for Death Bells and Nirnroots. Version 10B. These all should be the main file, but just make sure you're checking. Torch Bugs and Moths, 10B. And then let's tick these because then we've got the Daedric, which has a couple files to remove. More lights for the Daedric weapons and armor. This is 10J. Main file. And this has alright, so we want Lean Wolves for the weapons. With sheets, yep. We want the armor and the shield. We do not want the armor light. Subtle glow. Shield, we want the strong glow. And patches for heavy armory. And you can install it. Tick it. Use your removal tool to paste your files. Run, remove, close. You're good. Let's see. More lights for EMB, the Blood Splatter, version 06. Main file. Download. Same thing. This has... It's called the decal fix, but it's the same thing. So what are we doing? We have Bethardums, yes. The Chorus Eggs, everything except for Soul Gems. Untick Soul Gems and tick patch for the Rustic Soul Gems. So it should look like this. And install it. Activate it, and we are going to remove some of these files and folders. Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome. Potion Simplified. EMB Lights, version 1.3. Yep. Download. and the Winterhold statue animated with EMB light. Beautiful. Well, here's a fun one. Cryptopier's Patch Hub. Should I do this one? I think this might be the last thing I do today. I normally start my day with this. This is so fun. It used to be that we had the Cryptopier mods. They were all individual. So if you go into the file archive here, you can see these are literally all of the files we used to have. Because it was easier because these actually got updated. Whereas the main FOMod never got updated once in a while, but these always were up to date. So of course you're grabbing these individually. Not so anymore. Look at this. These were all valid. And I'm sure these are still, like, look at the downloads for this. These are still in, I guarantee you, most of the stuff on Wabbajack. Anyway, there's the main FOMod now. What is this? 424? Yep. Let's download it. Almost 200 megabytes of patching. That's sort of nuts. Give me 1 sec here, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. I do want to get a sip here. All right. And then, because the Ancient Dwemer Metal, as you can see, has a couple foam. Well, no, maybe we've... Yeah, because this is technically a new page. What's my time? We're going to save this for fresh eyes, I think. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to start on this because I already know what's going to happen. Let me close the music out here, guys. Open up a new Twitch. We're going to start this either tomorrow or the next day. Probably tomorrow when I'm done with work. So let's see who's on. Michael is on. Let's go see Gamer Poets. What's he up to? What is he playing? Quarantine Zone, The Last Check. I have no idea what that is. But we're gonna go say hi. You're very welcome, Merlin. I've worked tomorrow till 5. So after I get a little something when I come home, we'll do a shorter stream. We'll basically do just Cryptopier's Patch Hub. I'll do the Ancient Dwemer Metal patching, and we'll get through most of that page, or at least try to. But other than that, guys, enjoy the rest of your day. We're going to go over and say hi to Michael. Give him some love. I got nothing else. I will see you all soon. Peace.